Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 1. Sophia. I pace up and down the sidewalk with a handful of paintings, trying to find anyone that will buy them. I need to raise money fast. If I don't get my paintings sold, the bank will foreclose on my beloved gallery, and I can't stand to think about it. I go from business to business, showing off my work, getting increasingly discouraged with every no I receive. Several people tell me my work is beautiful, but they only buy from well-known artists. So me being an unknown painter, they always end up turning away. As the day goes on, I'm starting to get more desperate and decide to ask local businesses for small donations. I take my phone out, show them pictures of the building, and explain its history. But the gallery is small, and many people aren't even aware it exists. Doors get shut in my face, and some of the people giggle. Let it close. We don't need small galleries owned by nobodies taking up our space. Give the building to a business that actually benefits us, one of the store owners tells me. As the day starts fading into night, I call it and head home. No one cares about a small unknown gallery. I'll have to find some way to save it on my own. As I walk down the street toward my house, I can't seem to take my mind off my never-ending list of financial problems. Aside from the bank, I have many other debts. It's been rough for me financially, and I still can't seem to catch a break. Everything is going downhill, and then, just when I think things can't get worse, I hear the rumors. Someone is saying I've been selling counterfeit paintings, and I'm not even sure how they think that it's possible when I sell my own work. But word gets out, and people listen to the vicious gossip. Even people who have bought things from me repeatedly hear the rumors and stop coming. Finally, I arrive home and walk in the door. I lean the pile of paintings against the wall and walk into the kitchen. I haven't eaten a single bite of food all day, and my stomach hasn't even noticed. But I know my body needs some sort of food to keep going, so I open the cupboard. I pull out the first thing I grab, and it just so happens to be an easy microwavable cup of noodles. Perfect. Something quick and easy so I can climb into bed and sleep off this horrible day, I think, as I place it in the microwave. Tiredly, I watch as it spins in circles until the dinging startles me. I pull it carefully out and grab a spoon. I carry it into my bedroom, set it on the nightstand, and pull off my clothes to throw on an old baggy t-shirt before climbing into bed. I flip on the bedside lamp and grab my noodles. As I slowly eat them, I reflect on the day's events. How can people be so cruel? I don't understand. I can't believe that no one even spared $1. Suddenly, the lights go out and darkness surrounds me. I don't move, contemplating what's going on, until it hits me. I forgot to pay the electric bill. I'm so upset with myself and want to burst into tears. Today has already been rough, and now this? Why can't I catch a freaking break? Tears start to well up in my eyes, but I blink them away quickly. I can't let myself cry. If I cry, it'll mean I'm giving in to defeat, and I can't let myself do it. The whole reason I'm even in this situation is because of the gallery manager. Since he embezzled all the money from right under my nose, there hasn't been a single thing going right. I sink down in my sheets and pull the comforter up to my chin. My eyes are playing tricks on me as I stare into the dark. I don't know how I'm going to solve my issue. I only have 2 weeks left and no idea how to get out of this. I must accept that no one will help me, and I must figure this out alone. Before I know it, the sun rises, and I haven't slept a wink. The only thing I can think to do is take my paintings to a more prominent gallery owner down the street. Maybe he will love them. But at this point, I'd settle on him taking pity on me. He's a fellow owner, so he will understand how hard it is. I climb out of bed and go to my closet. I want to wear something to make me look more professional and sophisticated, but then I remember who I am and know I have nothing more than jeans and baggy t-shirts. I pick a shirt I think looks nicer than the others and throw it on with a pair of light-colored jeans. I slide my sneakers on my feet and grab the pile of paintings as I walk out the door. I talk to myself the whole way to the gallery. I'm going over scenarios and sentences to try and make this sale happen. It's my only hope, and I can't blow it. When I arrive at the building, I pause on the steps before entering. I take a deep breath and try to calm my nerves. This is your last chance, don't blow it, I say to myself again as I walk in. "Hello there, little lady," says a short, black-haired man as he walks toward me. "What can I help you with today?" he asks. He instantly gives me a creepy vibe, but I try to look past it and state my business. "Hi, I was just looking for the owner. Are they here by chance?" "Well, darling, you're looking at him. What can I do for you?" He plays with the toothpick tucked between his teeth as he smiles from the other side of his mouth. Oh, okay, I stutter, wondering why he keeps calling me names. Perfect. I own the little gallery down the street and just had a question. "What is it, hun?" I stare at him for a moment with irritation, wishing he'd stop already. "Well, I brought some of my paintings with me, and I was just wondering if you'd be interested in purchasing any of them. It would really help me out." "Oh, I'd hang your portrait on my wall any day of the year." He rips the canvases out of my hand. He studies them for a moment before looking up at me in confusion. "You said these were your paintings. Why aren't you on it?" "Wait, what? Why am I staring at a badly painted picture instead of a portrait of yourself? You made it sound like I'd be getting a picture of you, and I'd definitely buy that. But these, what are these? Oh my God, why would you think that?" "Well, a beautiful girl walks in here claiming she has paintings to sell. I just figured you were a model starting out or something." "Absolutely not. I own the gallery down the street and sell my paintings. But the gallery has fallen into some hard times, and I'm trying to raise some money to save it. I'm going door to door trying to sell these or get donations." It sounds like you need some financial help. You see, I have a bit of a predicament of my own. Maybe we can help each other." A devilish grin smears across his face. His look instantly disgusts me. "What could you possibly want from me that would help you?" I ask. The grin stays on his face, and his eyes look up and down my body, making me uncomfortable. "You're a beautiful girl. I bet you don't have much time for a boyfriend with your business." I shift my weight awkwardly onto my other foot and cross my arms over my chest, which he can't keep his eyes off. "You see, I'm looking for someone who doesn't require much time and effort to stay with. Someone I can call on the side for a good time that I can get quickly, who can be content not hearing from me until the next time I need her, if you know what I mean. Someone who can be my own dirty little secret in the shadows. I really hope I don't know what you're meaning. You know, being my mistress, you'd be perfect. I'd get someone to have fun with, and you'd get spoiled. We both win." He reaches for my hand, and I rip it away from him. The palm of my hand reaches his cheek as I slap him. "How dare you?" I say, and head for the exit. "Fine, but you'll never have a future in the art world," I hear him yell as I escape outside. Rain instantly pours as soon as my feet hit the pavement. I swear I have to be a bad luck magnet. You've got to be kidding me, I think, and walk down the street. I can't take it anymore, and tears spill down my cheeks. I have no options left, and I can't even remember the last time I had a decent meal. All I have left is a few dollars in my account, and no one is willing to help me. I even got desperate and went to my father's friends. They don't offer help either. It's all my fault. If I weren't so stupid and actually ran the business, none of this would be happening. I keep walking and can hardly see through the mixture of my tears and the rain still pouring. Suddenly, after not realizing I'm crossing the road, I hear the sound of a car screeching, attempting to stop beside me. All of a sudden, I'm thrown hard onto the pavement. My arm and leg are throbbing, but I instantly try to stand up. A sudden burst of extreme pain hits me, and I immediately faint.
Chapter 2. Jerome. I glance down at my watch and a scowl passes over my face. Damn it, I'm going to be late. This meeting is an important one and I'm kicking myself for already blowing it. I silently will Eric, my driver, to step on it, but he's already swerving wildly through DC traffic. Yelling at him now will only distract him, and he already knows how crucial this appointment is. I look at my watch again. 10 minutes, and I'm supposed to be negotiating with Gordon Orlando, one man with whom I can't afford to make a bad impression. For the last 20 years, Orlando has basically been a hermit. Getting a meeting with him is almost impossible. I had to pull a lot of strings to set this up. This guy, or at least his alias DG, is the stuff of legend in the art world. And that's a world I plan on ruling one of these days. With the acquisition of some of the most prestigious galleries in the country, not to mention a growing collection in Europe, I'm well on my way. I smile to myself as I think about how far I've already come. Delane is my parents' business, but I'm the one who made the transition from respected local gallery to worldwide enterprise. I don't know many 30-year-olds who can put multi-million-dollar business expansion on their list of achievements. Even some of my fellow Harvard graduates haven't done as much as I have in this time. If I play my cards right, this meeting will put me right on track for my 10-year plan. That's if I haven't already screwed it up. Orlando's gallery has been on my radar for a while now, and I'd hate to lose this deal because of the simple mistake of turning up late. Besides, it's not only the gallery I'm interested in. As I bite my tongue, my mind runs through everything I know about Gordon Orlando. I'm holding back the urge to scream at Eric that we need to go faster, and my mental fact sheet is a good distraction. At least for now. 4 decades ago, Orlando was at the epicenter of the DC art scene. Long before he was a gallery owner, he was an artist himself, and he's still viewed as one of the defining voices of that era. As a bisexual man in the 80s, his paintings captured the crushing weight of the AIDS epidemic. He produced very little public work, but the pieces he did exhibit were absolutely stunning. Vibrant neon colors and bold contours undercut with a sense of foreboding. The deep sgraffito lines scratched into the thick oil paint hinted at a community in crisis. Each painting depicted a different male nude in surreal pinks and blues, greens and purples, though the background was invariably a murky black. The men were Orlando's friends and lovers, many of whom were diagnosed HIV positive in a time before anyone cared what was happening to them. Aside from his sexuality, very little is known about his personal life. I've heard that he eventually settled down with a woman, but any information about who she was and what happened to her is mostly speculation. Since he disappeared, he hasn't released any more public work, but the studio attached to his gallery suggests he's still painting. With so few of his pieces in existence, they're incredibly valuable, both monetarily and culturally. And rumor has it, there's one piece from his heyday that never made it to exhibition. Orlando himself hinted at it in our last phone call, and I'm itching to see if the rumors are true. If it does exist, I'm prepared to offer a ridiculous sum of money in order to own it. That painting, along with the acquisition of his gallery, will put me on the map. It will spell out the next chapter for Delane. I pull out my tablet and scroll through the collection of Orlando's pieces I've bookmarked. I want him to know how much I respect his work. I'm not just some dumb kid throwing money around. I've done my research. Maybe that will make up for my tardiness. I look down at my watch again, and at that precise moment, the heavens open. I'm supposed to be at that meeting in 5 minutes, but Eric is slowing down to maneuver through the heavy rain. This time, I can't hold my words back. Eric, goddammit, I need you to step on it! He knows that tone of voice, and he does as he's told. I'll still be late, but hopefully not embarrassingly so. I go back to browsing, biding my time, but I barely have time to take in what I'm seeing before I'm jolted out of my reverie. The screech of tires fills the air as the car comes to a sudden and violent halt. My tablet is thrown across the car. If I hadn't been wearing a seatbelt, that would have been me. Instead, my forehead collides with the passenger seat in front of me. Luckily, the impact is little more than a sharp rap on the head. I'm a little dazed, but nothing serious. I look around, trying to figure out what happened, but the rain is still coming down heavily, and I can't see anything through the windshield. It turns out I don't need to, though, because Eric is yelling, "Mr. Fortington, we just hit someone!" A heavy dread fills my stomach, but my first thoughts aren't for the person we hit. Damn it! This is the absolute last thing I need! I hardly register how selfish that line of reasoning is. Despite what's just happened, I'm still focused on the task ahead. This accident is in the way of that. Eric is already out of the car, and I reluctantly follow. Approaching the front fender, I see a young black woman sprawled out on the road. Her curly black hair is quickly being flattened onto the bitumen by the relentless rain, and she appears to be unconscious. Even so, she is stunningly beautiful. I stare for a moment too long. I can't help myself. I've never had someone take my breath away, and I force myself to rip my eyes from her face so I can finish assessing the scene. Beside her, a couple of paintings are taking an equally harsh beating from the rain. Some of the frames are broken, and the canvases are lying limply on the road. Another artist, huh? Eric is already attending to her, so I do the only thing left to do. Call 911. By the time I get off the phone, the woman still hasn't come to, and Eric is looking at me with panic in his eyes. I look at my watch again and realize there's no way I'm making this meeting. The best thing I can do now is accompany the woman to the hospital to make sure this doesn't come back to bite me. I don't need another mess to clean up. We follow the ambulance all the way to the hospital. I need to figure out how to get out of this. The way I see it, she walked in front of us. At least that's what I'll be arguing if anyone comes after me. I just need to stick around to make sure she sees it the same way. If it takes a little convincing, my pockets are deep enough. It's not long before a nurse comes to tell me the woman only has a few minor injuries. Nothing to worry about, he assures me. Your friend is awake now. You can see her if you like. I guess he didn't get the memo. I'm not about to waste any more time here. If she's fine, then I have nothing to worry about, and she can make her own way home. I pull out my phone to call Orlando. I pray we can somehow still have our meeting, albeit it over an hour late. This accident is a good excuse at least. Before I can dial, though, my phone starts ringing. It's his office, and I hope to God he'll accept my apology. When I answer, though, it's his secretary. Mr. Fortington? I'm sorry if you've been waiting. Mr. Orlando unfortunately suffered a minor heart attack just as you were about to have your meeting, and of course, that means he couldn't make it. This is a shock. Honestly, it's the last thing I expected to hear. Part of me is relieved, though. At least he won't know it's my fault we didn't meet. I shake off the thought. Is he okay? I almost forgot to ask. Yes, thankfully he's fine. He's in the hospital under observation, but they tell me he's doing well. I'll call you in the week to reschedule the meeting once we know when he'll be good enough to work again. I hope you understand, Mr. Fortington. Yes, of course, thank you. I hang up, feeling a little dazed. What are the odds? My mind is already racing as I mentally scan my schedule for the coming weeks. I hate feeling out of control, and having to wait another week or two to meet with Orlando will mess with my plans. Still, it means I didn't have the chance to blow it today. With the urgency of that meeting out of the way, I try to decide what to do next. The nurse from earlier is still hovering around the hallway, and he catches my eye with a questioning smile, polite but expectant. I sigh and look at my watch. I don't have anything else scheduled for the afternoon. I was expecting the negotiations to take all day. Why not? I figure I may as well stay and check on her. Better to make sure there aren't any loose ends that will trip me up later. I call for Eric, then nod to the nurse. He turns, ushering us down the hallway.
Chapter 3. Sophia. The words, "Oh my God, I can't believe this is happening to me," fly through my mind as my eyes slowly open, allowing the room to come into focus. After looking at the gown I'm in and the bed I'm uncomfortably lying on, I'm finally able to realize where I'm at. Suddenly, a doctor leans in front of my face, blinding me with the tiny flashlight in his hands. He shines it in each eye before shutting it off and sticking it back in his jacket pocket. "Your pupils are reacting perfectly. How are you feeling?" he asks. "Like $1 million, Doc. I want to leave now, please," I say, trying to get up. He gently stops me with his arms and pushes me back onto the bed. "I'm sorry, but that will not happen anytime soon. You've taken quite a spill. Although there are no broken bones, just bumps and bruises. Your lack of energy and sudden fright were the source of your lapse in consciousness. You need to be monitored closely for a while before I feel comfortable releasing you. So you should try and allow yourself to get comfortable." He tells me someone will be in to check on me in a while, and then he walks out into the hall. He walks out and I can't believe it. I'm glad I'm not seriously hurt, but I still can't afford to stay here any longer. I'm sure I'm already drowning in the bill as it is, and every second I sit in this hospital bed is only adding to it when I have no money to pay for it. I notice my eyes are sensitive, and it hurts to use them, so I stare down at my hands resting on my lap. I'm racking my brain for ideas to get out of here faster while not causing a scene. I contemplate scenarios for several minutes until a nurse walks in, breaking my concentration. As soon as she gets beside the bed, her scrubs come into focus, and I notice they have tiny black kittens all over them. I smile at them as she adjusts the blood pressure cuff on my arm and places a thermometer under my tongue. The cuff starts to tighten as she presses the button and waits for her readings. A few seconds go by, and just before it feels like my arm will explode, it finally releases pressure. Then she removes the thermometer. I watch her write the numbers down on her sheet, and when she finishes, she looks up to meet my gaze. "Your numbers look great. I'll give these to the doctor," she says before turning around and leaving the room again. My brain fog is beginning to clear, but there's so much in and out from the nurses that I'm still a bit off-centered. Another man appears in my doorway, and it takes me a moment to recognize him as the driver of the car from my accident. As soon as I make the connection, I immediately start apologizing to him. "I'm so sorry, sir. All of this is my fault. I've been having a rough day and wasn't paying attention. I know it's no excuse, but I was lost in thought and didn't even realize I'd crossed into the street until it was too late." He steps fully into the room. His eyes meet mine, and his mouth slightly opens like he's going to answer until a deep voice emerges from the hallway, stopping him. "It's okay. We know it's your fault, but I'm glad you agree," the voice says, and I turn to look in the direction it's coming from. Leaning arrogantly against the doorframe stands a tall, black-haired man, and I'm instantly in shock over his appearance. He is drop-dead gorgeous. I stumble over my words as I try to think of something to say, and I stare at him tongue-tied. I can feel my face heating up. He stares back at me for a few moments as I stumble over myself, but when I don't seem to have a response or a comeback for him, he speaks again. Coming from the person financially responsible for this incident, I'll say how good it is to see you right side up. He laughs. Financially responsible? What do you mean? I ask. Well, that man is my driver. Whether or not it was your fault, you're the pedestrian, so we're responsible. Oh, well, I'm sorry to you too then. I'm waiting for the doctor to come in and tell me when I'm free to go, but I won't let you pay for my distracted walking. He smirks, and I can't tell if he's about to be sarcastic or if he finds my response amusing. I just ran into the doctor in the hallway, and he said that all of your test results came back looking exactly how they should, and your vitals keep coming back great too. But he's going to have you stay overnight for observation, just for preventive measures, and if everything goes well tonight, they'll release you in the morning. As soon as the words "stay overnight for observation" escape his lips, they instantly cause a panic inside me. I start pulling at my IV and trying to get everything off to climb out of bed. All I can think about is getting out of here and away from more debt. The man from the doorway quickly walks toward me, gently grabbing my shoulders as he tries to sit me back down. His face is inches from mine, and I can't help but notice his gorgeous green eyes. I get lost in his gaze momentarily, until I remember where I am and what's going on. I shake myself back into reality and try pushing his hands away. No, I can't stay overnight. There's no way I can afford it, and I have to go sell my paintings. Please let me go, I shout frantically. He lets go of me and takes a step back, respecting my request, but not giving me enough space to get up. I'm not sure why that's concerning you so badly right now, but it's not your choice. You're required to stay until they feel comfortable releasing you. If you leave and something happens to you, it'll be on me, whether you think so or not, and I can't have that, he states. If it'll help you stay put and get some rest, I'll pay for your day. How much is your salary? His offer fuels a rage inside of me. Here I am, trying to refuse medical attention because I absolutely can't afford it, and he's showing off by throwing his money around like it's nothing. That's none of your business. Plus, I can't afford to rest. I need to get the hell out of here and sell my paintings, I yell. Oh, so you're an artist? He asks, ignoring my outburst. He gives me a knowing smile that I don't understand. This causes me to look at him for a few moments, as I realize I may have gone too far. I take a few deep breaths, letting my anger subside before responding. Yes, I am. And I'm sorry for shouting at you. I'm just under a lot of stress, and this only adds to it. I have to sell my paintings because I need the money, and I need it fast. I don't have time to sit here and do nothing. Can I see them? The look on his face tells me he might be genuinely interested, but he's already on my bad side. After my horrible experience with the man at the gallery, his question upsets me. Everything in me wants to yell, again with the stupid questions. I look at him with a scowl and aggressively ask him who he is, while I quietly wonder what his reasoning might be. He shuffles in his back pocket for a moment, not saying a word and never breaking eye contact. Then he places a business card in my hand and smiles confidently. I slowly look down into my palm, wondering why he doesn't just say it out loud. I notice his name and position are on the front. I can take a look at them for you if you like, he says as I read the name repeatedly. For some reason, it sounds familiar. Jerome Fortington. I let it bounce around in my brain, trying to recognize where I know it from, when suddenly it hits me like a ton of bricks, and I remember why it's familiar. Suddenly, I stiffen in the hospital bed at his now even more unwelcome presence. The man standing next to me, and whose card I hold in my hand, will be the man acquiring my gallery if I can't pay the bank on time. I have a friend working there that let his name accidentally slip. He's the man who is going to buy my gallery. A sickening feeling washes over me as I think about what a man like him will do with a place like my sweet gallery. I work so hard trying to keep it afloat, and then a man with too much money wants to take it all away from me. Men like him don't understand how hard we working class people have to try just to simply stay above water, when they don't even bat an eye over a price tag or a bill. I'm sure if it was him in this bed, He'd have a line of people out the door, ready to serve him his Jell-O from a golden spoon. I stare blankly at the cardstock in my hand. God, even his business cards scream I have money, I think, and I can't even form a sentence to say to him. My mind is mush at this point, and I lay my head back tiredly. How can this day get any worse? He's the last person I want to meet, especially like this. What are the chances of this happening to someone that isn't me? I'm clearly a bad luck magnet. There's no denying it now.
Chapter 4. Jerome. I knew the business card would impress her. It impresses everybody. The cardstock is luxuriously thick, off-white with raised charcoal gray lettering. Not to mention my name and credentials. Just the whisper of my name in art circles is enough to get people tripping over themselves to talk to me. This woman, however, literally just stumbled into my path. If she didn't know it before, she knows it now. This is her lucky day. She obviously isn't well-mannered because she doesn't offer her name in return. Well, no matter, I don't need to ask. I already know it. When we arrived, the doctors needed to ID her, so I helped myself to her purse, flipping through her meager belongings until I found a name for their Jane Doe. Her driver license read Sophia Hart beside a picture of her smiling into the camera. Her features were blurred in the poor-quality DMV photo, but even if I hadn't seen the paintings in the accident, I would have pegged her for an artist. Hair tied messily into a bun, shirt collar stained with the remnants of spilled paint. Not to mention that wistful, faraway look in her eyes that every artist seems to carry. Now, in the hospital bed, Sophia turns my card over in her hands, but the angle of her face means that I can't read her expression. Why is she taking so long to answer? Then I realize she's clearly speechless. I still can't see her expression, but she fidgets with her hair, her body language uncomfortable. So that's it. She's embarrassed. I'm an important gallery owner, and she's a no-name artist. Not only that, she just managed to throw herself in front of my car, and now I have to spend my very valuable time hanging around some hospital making sure she's not dead. Of course, I know my schedule's been cleared for today, but she doesn't. She probably thinks I'm missing some important meeting to be here. Well, I'm not going to correct her. I guess I'd be embarrassed too in her position, especially after what I just offered. A viewing from someone like me could be life-changing, and I bet she knows it. She's probably scared of saying something wrong and ruining her chances at what could be her lucky break. I feel a little smug, and my mouth curves into a slight smile. I love when I have that effect on people, especially beautiful women. I'm trying not to admit it to myself. I'm certainly not one to mix business with pleasure, but I'm struck by Sophia's crystalline blue eyes. At least when she's not staring down into her hands, which are still turning the card over and over. The ID photo didn't do her eyes justice. Against her brown skin, they're especially striking. I try not to get too caught up in that, though. This is a transaction like any other. So what do you say? Shall we set up a viewing? I don't mention the paintings that were destroyed in the accident. She looks pretty upset as it is. I'm not about to throw more bad news into the mix, and so far she doesn't seem to remember them. Besides, it's better for me if she doesn't think about that, or she might come after me for damages too. I'm not just trying to appease her, though. Part of me is genuinely interested in seeing her work. From what I glimpsed on the bitumen, there could be something worth looking at. I'm always discovering new artists. In fact, that's a huge part of my success. Many of the artists whose works I display in my galleries were completely unknown before I found them. Jack Mason, Edie Brignall, Celine Dupont, Amin Salem. These are all names that would have been lost to the art world if it weren't for me. My hard work hasn't gone unrecognized either. Back in New York, my office is practically overflowing with awards and accolades thrown at me by various societies and associations. They paint one overwhelming picture, that the fine arts industry wouldn't be what it is without me. I take great pride in my work, and I'm happy that much of my contribution to this scene benefits young, emerging artists. It's not just from a business perspective that I enjoy finding new talents. There's a special kind of satisfaction in lifting these people out of obscurity and showcasing their work for the world to see. I can't think of any greater feeling than knowing I'm responsible for someone else's success, especially in an industry as cutthroat as fine arts. I look back at Sophia. Her outburst earlier is enough to convince me I'm doing her a huge favor by offering to see her paintings. She could obviously use the help, and if her work is any good, who knows? Her name might join my ever-growing list of discoveries. Sophia Hart, that's actually a great artist's name. She finally looks up at me, and I'm expecting a look of gratitude. Instead, I'm surprised to find she's scowling at me again. Her blue eyes, far from soft and pandering like most of the people I meet in these circles, are edged with an icy glare. Maybe I misread her earlier. It's unlikely, but there's a remote possibility she doesn't realize who I am. I don't usually have to explain myself to those in the know, but I'll do her the favor. If you haven't heard of Delane, it's one of the biggest galleries in the world. I'm Jerome Fortington, and But she doesn't let me finish. I know who you are. At that, she pulls at the IV again, dislodging it this time, and I'm too shocked to stop her. She practically shoulder checks me as she storms out of the room. What did I do? I don't have time to analyze it. I came here to get this situation under control, and that's just what I intend to do. Sophia's making a quick getaway, and I need to stop her before she becomes a liability. Luckily, it only takes a few strides to catch up with her. She may be fueled by anger, but her 5'5" frame is no match for my 6'1". I spin in front of her, blocking her path. Look, you have to stay. I already told you. What happens next is the biggest shock yet. I see her face contort into rage, and suddenly I feel a sharp sting on my cheek. Did she just slap me? What's that old saying? No good deed goes unpunished? This woman, someone I just met, who I've been kind enough to offer my time to, my professional expertise, has just insulted me with petty physical violence. I have no idea why, and now she's trying to leave again. Instinctively, I grab her hand. Not only is she not leaving, she's going to explain what the hell that was. She tugs at my hand, but I'm not letting go. I'm getting to the bottom of this. What the hell was that slap for? I'm absolutely livid, but I make the effort to control myself. Considering the circumstances, I'm managing to stay remarkably calm, but there's ice in my words. Better than fire at a time like this. She turns her glare up at me, and the chill in my words is matched by that same cruel edge in her eyes. It's because of capitalist pigs like you that people like me are stripped of everything we love, of our passions, of our livelihoods. I have absolutely no idea what this woman is yelling about, but she's not done. You think you can do whatever you want just because you have money. It makes me sick. All you do is abuse your power. Do you have any idea how hard it is to get by in life without someone like you coming and crushing our dreams? Of course not. You were probably born with a silver spoon in your mouth. You have no idea what it's like to have to struggle every day. She's getting seriously worked up, and this time I'm speechless. Her words, however, seem limitless. Instead of doing something good, you just step on the little guy and you don't think for a second that we're real people. You're the reason this country is going to hell. She keeps talking, but I can hardly keep up. I've heard the anti-capitalist rant before, but there's usually a segue. This is coming out of nowhere, and I still have no idea why she thinks I deserve all this vitriol. To be honest, I'm starting to think she's seriously unhinged. God, I hope the accident didn't knock something loose. The doctor said she's all good, though, so I guess she's always like this. This day seriously couldn't get any worse. It's just my luck to have hit the only artist in the country who has some sort of baseless vendetta against me. The way she's reacting, you'd think I was single-handedly responsible for her misfortune instead of being the one trying to lift her out of it. Maybe I should have just let her leave the hospital. I'm thinking even more, equally mean, thoughts when suddenly her tirade stops and is replaced instead by sobbing. What the hell is going on? I have no idea what to do. Should I comfort her? Or will that just earn me another smack to the face? I'm not sure I like my odds. I begin feebly. but I don't get the chance to say anything more. Lucky, because I hadn't formed the rest of that sentence yet. Instead, I hear a gravelly male voice interrupt from about waist height. What's happening here? That's what I'd like to know.
Chapter 5. Sophia. The stranger's interruption jolts me out of Jerome and I's altercation. I wipe my tears and try to regain my composure. God, I'm so embarrassed after letting out all my emotions and losing control. I completely lost my composure and took it out on Jerome. Even though I know it's wrong. I can't help but notice the satisfying feeling I have inside that follows my outburst. I turn around to see where the interruption comes from and notice an older man sitting in a wheelchair behind me. What's going on, miss? Do you need help? He asks again. No, I'm okay. I don't need any help. We're just having a disagreement. But thank you for asking, I say, looking around. I notice the man in the wheelchair isn't the only one who's seen us. It seems we've drawn a crowd. Jerome chimes in, saying nothing's wrong as he tries to get the older man's attention. He seems irritated that the man appears only to show interest in me, and his words distract the older man momentarily. I take the opportunity to try and escape from the situation. I'm just turning to leave when the older man stops me. Are you Dana's grandniece? He asks in a seemingly careful tone. A look of confusion spreads across my face. Yes, I am, I answer, slightly interested in how he knows. Oh, wow. I thought so. You look just like her. His voice gets shaky, and I can see tears forming in his eyes. I look at him, puzzled, waiting for him to tell me how he knows my aunt and me. My look comes off correctly, as his following statement is an introduction. I'm sorry. I'm sure I'm confusing you. Let me introduce myself. I'm Gordon, your Aunt Dana's lover. Man, you were only 5 years old when I last saw you. I remember cradling you. His memory job's one of mine loose, one I've forgotten about until now. Oh yes, I actually remember seeing a picture of you. It's nice to see you. What are the odds of us both being here? It's crazy. He smiles and looks over at Jerome again. But really, Sophia, what's going on here? Is there a problem? Jerome shifts and I can tell Gordon's look makes him uncomfortable until he finally jumps in. Everything's fine, sir. It's just a misunderstanding, he says firmly. Gordon scowls at him and looks back at me. I can see he wants a response from me, making sure Jerome isn't bulldozing me. Yes, it was just a misunderstanding. I agree while shrugging my shoulders. The look on Gordon's face tells me he isn't sure, and he throws one last glare Jerome's way before grabbing my hand. I walk beside him as he takes us toward the garden. On our way to it, he starts asking me questions about my life, starting out slow by asking me how I am. For some reason, I get a familiar feeling about him, almost making me want to tell him the truth. It's been so long since anyone cared how I am, and I want to explain to someone what's going on. I want to scream and cry, let it all out, and feel the warm and loving embrace you give someone right before you give them your advice. The conflicting options battle in my head as I contemplate sharing it with him for several minutes. But I know I can't trouble anyone with my problems, especially someone I just met. So I bottle up my emotions and give him the same answer you tell the friendly cashier at the grocery store. I'm doing good. How are you? I ask, quickly changing the subject. I feel bad lying to him, but I don't feel comfortable burdening him with stories of my misfortunes. Plus, most of the time, when people ask how you are, you never know if they genuinely want an answer or if they're doing it to be polite. Well, I could be doing a lot worse than I am, so I'll take what I can get. He laughs. Damn. Why didn't I think of a response like that? You don't know if it's a good or bad thing, but you are too afraid to ask. Well, I guess that's good, right? I laugh. We finally get to the garden, and it's quiet. We're the only ones in it. and he finds a nice spot by the window for us to continue conversing. So, Sophia, I haven't heard from your family in some time, he begins. It doesn't surprise me. Dana was my great aunt, and though there's a family connection, it wasn't as though we saw them daily. After Dana's death, Gordon seemed to disappear altogether. I had forgotten about him altogether over the years. How are they doing? How's your father? He asks. As soon as he says it, my heart breaks. No one's asked me about them in a while. I don't answer him for a few moments as my mind trails off to my parents. I think about them daily, especially with everything going on with the gallery. I can't help but feel like I've let them down. I'm trying to keep their legacy alive, but I'm not doing an outstanding job. All I can hope is that if they're looking down on me, they can see how hard I'm trying and not give up on it without a fight. I can feel him staring at me, waiting for my response. My head falls to my lap, and I look down at my hands. Tears well up in my eyes as I think about how alone I am. He grabs my hand and squeezes it. Is something wrong? He asks again. My family is gone. It's just me. I inherited the family gallery when they passed. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I had no idea. His voice trails off as he looks out into the distance. We sit silently for a few moments as I try to gather my composure. They've been gone a while, but a girl always has a soft spot for her parents. He looks back at me. How long ago? It was right after I graduated college. I'm so sorry that we weren't there for you. We had no idea. I feel so awful that you've been on your own this whole time, and I'm sure your aunt will feel the same way I do. Don't worry about it. I've been doing okay on my own. It sometimes gets a little lonely, but it motivates me to paint. I smile at him, trying to change the tone of our conversation. You seem to have such a positive outlook on it. I'm so glad. We chat for a while. Nothing particular, just the general lighthearted conversation of two people becoming reacquainted. He shares some old memories from my childhood and tells me more about Dana, the great aunt I only ever sort of knew. Suddenly, I begin to feel bad for lying to him. He seems genuinely curious about my life, and how can he take a genuine interest when I don't tell him the truth? I'm trying to, but actually, Gordon, I wasn't entirely honest with you before. What do you mean? Confusion spreads across his face. Earlier, when you asked how I wasn't honest with you. Oh, are you not okay? Well, no, not really. I pause for a second, having a hard time finding the words. What's going on? I sit silently, looking for my words until I finally just blurt them out. I was arguing with that man because he's the jerk who's going to steal my gallery. What? Gordon looks shocked. I wasn't keeping a close eye on the business side of things, and the manager embezzled a ton of money from it, and now it's in a horrible spot financially. If I don't figure out how to come up with the money in a couple of weeks, the bank will foreclose on it, and he's already set to buy it. My voice grows icy, but then I try to shake my resentment aside. That's not really the point. I've been doing everything I can think of to make money, but it's not working. I've even desperately walked door to door with my paintings, but no one seems interested in helping. Oh, honey, I'm so sorry to hear that. Would you show me one of your paintings? I'd love to see it. I remember you showing so much talent, even at such a young age. You'd really want to see my work? I ask in shock. I'd be honored. Actually, I'm also an artist. I use the name DG for Dana and Gordon. Maybe I could find a way to help you. As soon as he says the name DD.G, I instantly know it. DG is a very influential artist, but he's very private. Maybe he can help me, I think to myself. My heart starts to race as I feel a tiny shred of hope within my reach again. He looks at the clock on the wall across from us. Oh, shoot. It's time for me to get back to my room and take my pills. You'll have to excuse me. Can I come visit you again? Well, of course, dear. I was serious about seeing your paintings. Maybe if you're not too busy, you could bring some to my room within the next day or two. I'd really love to see them. Yes. Would tomorrow be too soon? I ask eagerly. Of course not. I can't wait to see it. It'll be a treat to visit with you some more, too. He smiles, and my heart starts to feel full for the first time since I can remember. Perfect. I'll see you tomorrow then. It'll be nice to share them with someone who appreciates them for once, instead of slamming the door in my face. I laugh. I don't know if he'll be able to help me, and I don't know if showing him my work will do any good. But I've been lonely for so long that it'll be nice to have someone take a second to show interest in me. I'm proud of my work and need a good boost of confidence after the days of doors slamming in my face and perverted gallery owners trying to take advantage of me. I walk back into the building with excitement fluttering in my belly, a feeling I've grown to miss.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyler Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyler can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit tylerwalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylerWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyler.
Chapter 6. Jerome. It's rare for me to feel like the outsider in any given conversation, but that's exactly how I feel as the great Gordon Orlando and the baffling Sophia Hart chat amicably amongst themselves, completely ignoring my existence. The moment Orlando picked her out as a familiar face, I felt my heart sink, and it's only gotten worse since then. This very important potential client clearly thinks very little of me, and to be honest, I can't blame him. From his point of view, all he saw was a tall, muscular white guy towering over a petite black girl in a hospital gown crying uncontrollably. Yeah, I'd be suspicious too. Sophia looked like the victim in that situation, and I'm just the jerk who made his third niece twice removed, or whatever she is, cry. I think back. What was it he said? Dana's niece. Orlando was turned away from me, so I didn't catch the rest of it, but my curiosity is working overtime now. Could Dana be the mysterious woman Orlando ended up with? Either way, he and Sophia seem to have some significant connection. Honestly, what are the odds? I think back over all the steps that led me to this moment and shake my head. The universe seems to be playing a colossal joke on me today, and I'm not enjoying my role as the punchline. I've been desperate to meet Orlando, but the current circumstances are not at all what I had in mind. I only hope Sophia doesn't say something to put my business dealings in jeopardy. More than they already are, that is. Orlando's gallery is just the feather I need in my cap. Not only is the gallery itself a prestigious establishment, but it's part of my planned expansion into Washington, D.C., along with a couple of other minor galleries I'm in the process of acquiring. I need this deal to go through. I silently will Sophia to paint me in a good light, hoping that by some miracle of telepathy, my message will get across to her. Instead, she dutifully ignores me. I want to interject, but I know better than to open my mouth and interrupt their pleasant conversation. Another old adage springs to mind. Better to remain silent and be thought a fool than to speak and remove all doubt. I'm certainly feeling like a fool right now, standing around twiddling my thumbs as the others carry on happily without me. Once Orlando leads Sophia out to the garden, I know I'm done for. To follow along would just be petty. The best thing I can do is wait until Orlando's available and make the most of my time as I wait. Pull out my phone and call my assistant. I have a difficult task for him, but I know he's up to the job. I take pride in my staff. At Delane, I only hire the best of the best, and that means I expect the best from them. So far, it's served me well. Running a business like this requires a certain standard. That means things are done quickly and they're done well. The phone barely gets through a full ring before George answers. I smile to myself. That's exactly the kind of service I expect, and George never lets me down. Sir? Quick and to the point. Respectful yet efficient. That's what I like. George, I need you to dig up everything there is to know about a Miss Sophia Hart of Washington, D.C., and I need it within the hour. I hope the firmness in my voice belies the seriousness of my request, but George hesitates a moment before answering. I know it's a difficult task, but this is important. With all due respect, Mr. Fortington, an hour is impossible. If you really want everything, that's the kind of investigation that takes weeks. There's an edge to his voice, but I'm not letting him off the hook. I know he's more than capable. That's why I hired him. No excuses, George. Make it work. Another slight pause. Yes, sir. After he acquiesces, I go back to peering through the large glass wall separating me from the garden. I know from where I'm standing, Sophia and Orlando shouldn't be able to see me. Their conversation seems animated and emotional. Sophia has a strained look on her face, and her eyes flash with what I can only read as angst. Must be some sob story. I can just picture it now. Sophia spinning the tale so that the accident was my fault, lamenting to him about the corporate bastard who's stepping on all the little people or whatever drivel she was spouting at me. I just have to hope he doesn't buy into it. I want to read his face, but his back is to me, and the wheelchair obscures any body language I might otherwise rely on. It's tempting to sneak around to the other window, but the threat of being seen is far worse than the threat of not seeing. I remain where I am, making sure I'm out of sight. I don't want to add stalker to the list of crimes I'm scared are mounting in Orlando's mind. I also don't want him to think he has all the power in our business relationship now. Even though I'm desperate for an audience with Orlando, I'd prefer him not to know that. Business is all about playing your cards right. Depending on what Sophia has told him, I'm very likely holding a dud hand. And if I don't keep a poker face, Orlando will know it. That's if he's even interested in talking to me after their little chat. I'm at a loss. Hopefully if I catch him after their conversation, I can turn him back around and save the deal. I think back to the gallery and that rare painting. She better not screw this up for me. I spend the next hour pacing back and forth, waiting for George to call back. I want to find out who this woman is. If I can understand her connection to Orlando, maybe I'll regain some of the power I've so clearly lost in this arrangement. My phone finally starts to ring, but just as it does, I see Orlando and Sophia sharing a goodbye hug out in the garden. I take a gamble and reject the call just as Sophia comes striding back into the building. She seems confident, her shoulders squared, and her expression light. She's worlds away from the woman who I last saw screaming at me. Maybe she's in high spirits because she knows she just ruined my next evil capitalist endeavor. I roll my eyes at the thought and attempt to catch up with her. I need to know what she said to Orlando before I make my next move. I don't get the chance to ask because at that moment Orlando himself appears in the doorway and calls out to me. "Mr. Fortington!" I'm shocked to hear him say my name. Part of me had hoped he hadn't recognized me yet and that I could make my own introduction. Another doubt card for me, it seems. I turn and put on my most charming smile. "Mr. Orlando, it's a pleasure." He seems unimpressed and looks me up and down before letting out a small sigh. "Would you follow me, please?" My smile falters for a moment, but I manage not to skip a beat and bow my head slightly in agreement. As I follow him back out to the garden, I frown to myself. This does not bode well. Mr. Fortington, I understand you and Sophia have found yourselves in a bit of a predicament. From what Sophia told me, though, you may not be aware of who she is. Who she is? I curse myself for ignoring George's call. I have to hand it to Orlando. He's only 2 sentences into this conversation, and I'm on tenterhooks. Another situation I rarely find myself in. No, I'm afraid not. Who is she? Orlando gives a wan smile. She's the owner of Dreamweaver Gallery. She told me you're contracted to buy it in the case of foreclosure, which, at this point, is pretty much inevitable. His words hit me like a ton of bricks. That deal was made through so many assistants, accountants, lawyers, and bureaucrats that I never thought I'd encounter the owner themselves. In fact, in cases of foreclosure, it's always better to keep as much distance between myself and the former owners as possible. The handprint on my cheek is testament to that. I must look as shocked as I feel, because Orlando chuckles a little bit. He seems to have warmed to me in light of my obvious dismay. Look, I have to apologize for Sophia's reaction. She was clearly out of line. I hope you understand her anger comes from a place of deep care for the gallery. Unfortunately, she's a much better artist than businesswoman. Sounds like my dad. If it weren't for my mom coming in and picking up the slack on the business side of things, he'd still be selling his paintings at flea markets for a couple of bucks. In light of what I've just told you, I have an offer for you. I do hope you'll hear me out. I don't know what's coming, but the fact that Orlando is still talking to me at all has greatly lifted my spirits. I'm hoping this is the business meeting we were supposed to have this morning and that somehow my plans will go through after all. I smile, my hopes rising, as a flicker of nervousness crosses my mind. I brush it away. This is the only chance I might have. I'm all ears.
Chapter 7. Sophia. The sun beams into my window and shines through the curtains onto my face. I slowly open my eyes, trying to wake up. I lay here for a moment, looking for a reason to get out of bed when suddenly I remember. I have plans at the hospital. Gordon wants to see my paintings. I leap out of bed and rush to the closet. I look through my clothes for a few seconds before I giggle to myself. Why do you even bother when you're constantly throwing on the same old t-shirt and pair of jeans? I slip out of my pajamas and put on my day wear. Then I run into the bathroom to quickly brush my teeth while combing through my bedhead, stopping long enough to take one last look in the mirror. I apply chapstick before walking out. I walk into the living room, toward the wall that my paintings lay in a pile against, and begin rifling through them. While I slide on my shoes, I decide which one to take with me. I know I can't carry them all, so I pick my favorite one from the pile and decide to take photos of the others for now. When the last one is shot, I grab my painting and race out the door. On my way to the hospital, I can't stop thinking about how good it feels to have excitement about something again. I've been working so hard trying to save the gallery, only to find constant disappointment that puts me in a depressing mood. It's exhausting because the people of this city are also disappointing to me. No one will take a chance to help an artist in their midst. All anyone seems to care about anymore is the business side of things. I've been trying to find someone who appreciates a passionate artist enough to help her out, but I can't seem to find a single one. I'm nervous when I finally get to the hospital. I'm not sure what he'll think of it, which worries me. I'm hoping he won't look at it the way everyone else has lately and turn me away. I get to the rotating doors of the entrance and stop for a moment, looking at my reflection. My skin is perspiring from nervous agitation as I remind myself to smile. My legs don't seem to want to carry me inside, so I spend a few moments talking myself out of a panic attack until I'm finally calm enough to continue. I eagerly head inside, ready to show off the painting under my arm. I'm not sure how to get to Gordon's room from here, but there's no one sitting at the front desk to ask for directions, so I turn down the first hall I see. I wander around for a bit, looking for someone to ask for directions until I finally see a door with the number that he gave me yesterday. I take a deep breath in as I knock on it. I slowly walk in and scan the room, looking for him. He's in his wheelchair in the middle of the room, but to my surprise, Jerome's standing next to him. I notice how handsome he looks, even under the horrible hospital lighting. Thoughts of our altercation yesterday and my lashing out at him swirl around in my brain. I start to feel embarrassed all over again as I approach them. "Hello, Sophia. So nice to see you again. I'm glad you could make it," Gordon says, grabbing my hand as I stop in front of them. "Hi. Nice to see you too." "Hi, Jerome," I respond, looking over at him, wondering what he's doing here. "Hello, Sophia," he says. Mr. Arrogant seems much more pleasant today. I wonder why he's here, though, I think to myself. Suddenly, before I have the chance to hand it to him, Gordon eagerly grabs the painting from under my arm, startling me as he takes it. He flips the canvas over and exposes my work to them both. Worriedness washes over me as their eyes study it for a few moments, without saying anything. Then I watch as Gordon gets a huge grin on his face. "Oh, Sophia, this is absolutely amazing. I can't believe what I'm looking at," he says, never looking up from the painting in his lap. "Really? You actually like it?" I ask shyly. My heart starts to flutter at the sound of his compliment. "I love it." His eyes are still racing back and forth, studying the canvas as he talks. I'm finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. "Well, thank you. I'm so glad you like it. I was extremely nervous to show it to you because I've lost some confidence in them due to recent events." "You shouldn't have. But anyone who doesn't recognize this for its beauty shouldn't get to appreciate it anyway. This painting is definitely work to be proud of." His words boost my confidence immensely, and I can't help but smile. "I appreciate you saying that. You have no idea." I stand in front of them, smiling like an idiot for a minute, when I remember the photos. "Oh, I also took pictures of some of my other ones if you want to see them. I couldn't carry them all down here with me, but I thought a picture would at least give you an idea of what they look like," I say, taking my phone out of my pocket. It opens with facial recognition, and I click on my photo album. They're leaning in so they can see the screen as I flip through my pictures. When I reach the last one, Gordon takes my phone out of my hand and begins to look back through them, much slower than me. His smile gets bigger with every picture he passes, and he goes back and forth through them several times. Finally, after about the fourth time going through them all, he hands the phone back and looks up at me. "This is some really fantastic work, Sophia. I mean it. They're all so beautiful, but I'd love to see them in person, though. Pictures of art rarely do it justice, you know." "Yeah, I know exactly what you mean about art behind a screen. I would love to show them to you." Gordon looks up at Jerome, my only reminder that he's still in the room, as if it's his turn to talk next. "Well, Jerome, do you have anything to add? What do you think about Sophia's work?" he asks. As soon as Gordon asks for his input, I'm immediately hoping he won't answer. I just got some confidence back, and I don't need him crushing it because of his sole dislike for me as a person. Jerome's eyes go to the painting again, and the longer he looks at it, the more my heart pounds in my chest. It feels like it's going to hop out onto the floor before he finally speaks. "Honestly?" he asks. Oh no, here it comes. I think, and brace myself for the low blow I imagine he's about to take. "It's beautiful." His response nearly knocks me over in shock. "What? Really?" I exclaim. There's no way he thinks this, right? "Yes, truly. I can tell by the surprised look on your face that you hadn't expected that response coming from me, but your painting is raw and passionate. You obviously take great pride in your work, and it gives it soul, bringing it to life on the canvas. That's a very rare thing to pull off. Something like that definitely takes talent." I'm silent and can't form a single response, completely blown away by his compliments. He doesn't wait for my response before continuing. "Why don't you have your own exhibit? If I'd known you sooner, I'd have made damn sure you got your own exhibit." The world needs art like this to be seen. It's not very often you come across someone with a real passion like this that shows up in their work. It should be displayed. Really? You think so? I'm still blown away by his response. Not only do I think of him as an arrogant jerk with money, but we also don't have the best first impressions of each other. So for him to say such nice things about them is a fantastic feeling. It feels so good to have someone recognize my work for what I think it is, especially where the two giving me recognition are a fellow artist and an arrogant businessman. My mind goes back to Jerome's question, and suddenly a wave of sadness washes over me as I remember the reasoning behind me not having my own exhibit. I would absolutely love to have one eventually. I've just never gotten the chance. The gallery manager told me I wasn't ready yet. Then I found out she'd been embezzling money from the business, and I've spent all my time trying to unbury it since. I had no idea. She completely fooled me. Jerome stares at me with a genuinely kind look on his face. His eyes are soft, and his mouth slightly turns up in a smile. I lose myself in his eyes for a moment when Gordon clears his throat, breaking our gaze as we snap back to look at him. "Do you think you'd let me see your other paintings after they discharge me?" he asks, bringing the conversation back to the reason I'm here. "Of course, I'd let you come see them. It means the world to me that you want to. It feels so good to have someone admire them." Jerome jumps in and interrupts us. "Can we talk outside?" he asks quietly. I look at him, wondering what's so important that he needs to interrupt in the middle of this gathering. I look at Gordon to see his reaction, but he just smiles at me. Why are they both being weird all of a sudden? I ask myself, before nodding an irritated yes to Jerome. He immediately gestures to the door, insisting I go out first. I feel a hand appear on my back as he walks behind me. What is going on? His hand never moves from the small of my back as we walk down the hall. "What's this about?" I ask. He ignores my question and moves on. "I think the garden would be a nice place to talk. Don't you think so?" he says, smiling at me like us walking together for a sudden chat isn't weird. I ignore his question this time and let my feet carry me toward the garden. When we arrive, he finds a small bench seat by the window and walks us over to it. "Oh, this is perfect," he says as he takes a seat. My confusion builds as I sit next to him. His face turns serious, and his smile fades as he stares into my eyes. I don't know what he's about to tell me, but I can see it's something serious. My heartbeat quickens with every second he prolongs his reasoning for bringing me here.
Chapter 8. Jerome. I hold the door open for her that leads out of the hospital and into the garden. As she walks through the opening, I study her appearance more thoroughly. She definitely has that whole struggling artist thing going on, but it's a mystery how she can manage to look unkempt yet still attractive. I don't discriminate against female artists, but based on my 10+ years of experience, male artists have acquired most of my business. This woman's talent has really captured my attention, and she could prove to be a very valuable asset due to her skill set. I lead her to a little bench, gesturing for her to sit. She does, hesitantly. An awkward silence passes between us. "What would you like to discuss with me?" Sophia finally ventures. "How do I even introduce this subject? I've never dealt with a matter like this before. I also know that she is quite feisty because she slapped me earlier, so I'm not sure what to expect." I clear my throat, deciding not to say anything as I hand her the file in my hands. She studies the manila folder, then her bold blue eyes pierce through me as she waits for an explanation. "Please read it." I gesture with my hands towards the file, realizing that I have become nervous before the conversation has even started. She removes the papers from the folder and begins to scan. I stand up from the bench, my anxiety growing. Her facial expressions vary as she reads the document, and I naturally take a few steps backwards once her demeanor shifts from shock to anger. Sophia slams the papers and the folder onto her thighs, glaring at me with intensity. "What do you think of me, huh? Hear me out." I raise my hands parallel to my chest, ensuring that I use the most calm and considerate tone possible. "I think highly of you. That's why I've agreed to marry you." She scoffs as she leans back into the bench, closing her eyes briefly to steady her breathing before giving me her attention again. It's a bit of a pompous move if you ask me. I'm used to being called names like that, but I'm taken aback that she has the courage to be so blunt when we've just become acquainted. Why do you say that? Who comes to an agreement involving a woman, then notifies her as an afterthought? Do you believe that a woman's opinion is less valuable than a man's? She holds my gaze relentlessly. No. I slide my hands into the pockets of my pressed trousers, increasing the gaps between my long legs to adjust my posture. I don't think that at all. It just turned out that way. She tilts her head back and rests it against the top of the bench, revealing the soft curve of her neck. I'm not going to sell myself, Jerome. It feels odd to hear her address me by my first name so soon, but I don't correct her. If we're going to work together, I need to make sure that she feels valued and respected. I take a few steps forward now that I feel like she won't attack me. You wouldn't be selling yourself. We would be entering a partnership. Sophia remains frozen in her position on the bench, making me wonder if she is paying me any attention at all. Her eyes are closed and her body is so still that anyone would naturally question if she is even breathing. All I can keep thinking about is how she is such an odd character, but then again, I've met an immense amount of eccentric artists. After a while, I just started assuming that it is one of their common quirks. I'm the type of man who demands the attention of everyone I speak with based on my presence alone. And yet this woman is completely aloof around me. I may need to be more persuasive with my approach than I initially intended. Look, no one can force me to do anything against my wishes, even if it's centered around Gordon and his paintings. I consider myself to be the most renowned art collector in this city, but I never have to sell my soul to get what I want. Sophia finally lowers her head and opens her eyes as if I've said a keyword that got her attention. So then, you agree that this is the equivalent of making a deal with the devil? What? I realize that I'm not getting anywhere with her. She seemed to respond well when Gordon praised her for her work. Perhaps that's what I need to do to seal the deal. I've been in this line of work for a while. I pride myself on having an eye for talent, and I've never come across an artist as talented as you. When I received the report about you, it changed my mind. I know exactly what I'm doing. Olivia abruptly stretches her arms above her head, yawning forcefully before raising herself off the bench. This has been a very insightful meeting, Jerome Fortington, but I'm sure you give that spiel to all your potential clients. She covers the distance between us, then places the manila folder and papers against my chest. DC is a huge playground. You can easily find yourself another gullible artist. I turn my body as she begins to walk away from me, increasing the tone of my voice to get her attention. You want to be a successful artist, right? She stops walking, but keeps her back to me, giving me a second chance to plead my case. I take a few steps to her, feeling confident that I've got her right where I want her. I'll pay the bank. The risk of losing your gallery will be a thing of the past. I'll promote you and let you have your own exhibit. Isn't that every struggling artist's dream? Sophia slowly turns to face me, but she still doesn't seem fully convinced. She avoids my gaze as she looks down at the grass, then brings her right hand to her full lips, biting the corner of the fingernail on her thumb. You'll benefit greatly from this. I'm a businessman who is not only known around the nation, but my company has branches in 4 other European countries. I can teach you how to run the business until you can handle it. I return to my comfortable stand of placing my hands inside my pockets. In exchange, you'll marry me so I can acquire my part of the deal. I want Gordon's painting and his gallery. Her deep blue eyes glare at me as she drops her hand from her face, and it swings at her side. That isn't going to happen. I realize that I must have struck a nerve. Everything was going so well, and now we're back to square one. How do I reason with her? My negotiations are never usually this challenging. The people that I tend to do business with can always immediately recognize that they are going to benefit greatly from my deal with them. It feels like I'm pulling teeth with her, and every tactic that I use just pushes me further away from my goal. I can sense myself getting frustrated with her, but one of the most important rules in business is to not get your emotions involved. I take a page out of her book by focusing on my breathing. She only seems to become angered when the gallery is brought up in conversation. It's definitely a trigger point that I need to address delicately. The fresh air from all the trees in the garden feels soothing as I inhale. Then I exhale consciously. Look, I understand that the gallery has sentimental value for you. You have every right to feel how you feel, but from a business standpoint, this is something you should really consider. This agreement will really allow you to get ahead at a time when you really don't have a lot of options. I shouldn't have said that. If she were to slap me right now, I would totally empathize with her. I may not have deserved it the first time, but I'm practically asking for it right now. I often brag about how I could be a lawyer because I eat, sleep, and breathe negotiations, but this interaction is making me seem like a complete idiot. To my surprise, she doesn't slap me. She reads my eyes instead while stepping forward, as if she can find some answer hidden there. So that's how you really feel, huh? You think that because I'm desperate, I'll just agree to anything. I don't get why Gordon is doing this to me when he's practically family, but I will not be swindled like some helpless little girl. That's not the intention at all. Nobody is trying to swindle you. As delicate as I want to be about her situation, I still need to be as blunt with her as she has been with me. The fact of the matter is that no matter how good of an artist you are, you won't be able to run a gallery because you have no business sense. This is the only way that you can perfectly protect your assets, according to Gordon. Don't you think he would have your best interest at heart? Sophia bursts into laughter, refusing to take what I have to say seriously. You really would make a deal with the devil. I agreed to this because I would be doing it with you. I hope that she can feel my sincerity. I really believe this can work. She scoffs deeply, rolling her eyes as she walks away from me and towards the hospital doors, her mocking laughter becoming more faint as she enters the large building without looking back.
Chapter 9. Sophia. My heart pounds as I race down the hallway toward Gordon's room. How can he do this to me? The words are swirling in my head the whole way there. I don't know what I'm going to say to him exactly, but I know I can't not say anything. Rage is steaming off me as I burst through his door. When I walk in, he stares out the window at the sky. I pause for a moment, wondering what he's thinking about. I wonder if he thinks of his love, Dana, and how she isn't here with him in his time of need. It saddens me to believe he's just as alone in this world as I am. Something so awful, like loneliness, gives us something in common, making me empathize with him. I know how hard it can be to go through something without anyone to share it with. I came in here wanting nothing more than to confront him with my anger, lash out and yell at him. Tell him how wrong it is to set something like this up. He's only just gotten back in touch with me. What makes him want to risk messing it up? But seeing him here in front of me like this, and the wave of sadness for knowing how he feels, calms me down. I take a deep breath, trying to release my last bit of anger before I speak to him. I still need to ask what he's thinking, but now that I've calmed down, I can do it rationally. I walk over to him slowly. "Hey, Gordon," I say. He quickly turns around to see who's standing behind him. We make eye contact, and he smiles when he realizes it's me. "Hello, dear. Back so soon?" He laughs, seemingly unbothered by my quick return. "How'd it go?" "Why are you doing this?" I exclaim. "We've just gotten back in touch, and I've only known Jerome for a few days. What's going on? Why would you try and ruin us getting to know each other after all these years?" The anger starts to build back up inside me. I empathize with him, but there is no reason he should be setting me up like this. If he's lonely, I'm someone who can help with that. If he doesn't push me away first. You asked for my help, Sophia. I've thought long and hard about it. I want to help you, and this is the best way that you can protect your interest and still maximize your talent at the same time. I interrupt before he can finish. How could this possibly be the best way? I can't understand how this is even an option in the first place. Sophia, I could help you get out of your pickle here and pay for the gallery, just like that. But if I were to do that, you'll just end up right back to square one, struggling to make ends meet. You're an amazing artist, but don't know how to run the business portion properly. I start to get angrier and angrier with him as he continues. How can he say that about me? He doesn't even know me? That's why my solution is Jerome. He's the perfect candidate to help you. He'll help run the gallery portion, making it successful for you. He can help teach you the ins and outs of running a business so that it's successful for years to come. Plus, Jerome seems to have a plan of his own, so it's a win-win for the both of you. Gordon, I won't do it. I won't marry him. You can't make me do it. There's no way I could ever get myself to go through with something like this. I'd rather lose the gallery I fought so hard for than do something I'm so against, I say. I can feel tears starting to well up in my eyes. I'm not sure if they're tears of sadness or anger. Maybe they're both at this point. It saddens me to even think of losing the gallery, but this can't be the solution to keep it. No matter how badly I want to save it, this just isn't right. Please, just think about it. I know you're upset now, and it seems completely unreasonable, but please just take a little bit of time to think before turning us down. Just think of your options and then think of what you'd have to do to make this an option. He reaches for my hand, and I think about pulling it away for a second, but instead, I leave it there for him to grab. It feels nice to have someone here, someone who is at least giving me options. He continues, I know how much that gallery means to you, especially after the loss of your parents. You don't want it to leave the family. That's why you've been fighting so hard to keep it. You can't give up on it in all of its significance just because your best resort might seem a little uncomfortable right now. You know I don't want to lose it. The very thought of that makes me sick. It's the one thing I have left of my family, and I don't want to disappoint them by being unable to keep it. I just don't see myself ever being okay with this as the solution, I say, sitting on the edge of the hospital bed. My hands fall to my lap. I just stare at them, thinking about how I got here. Some horrible person took advantage of me, and they won't even pay. It's going to cause me to lose the one thing I have left. Finally, the tears roll down my cheeks, and I close my eyes, trying to stop them. I sink my head in my hands and softly sob. Please, don't get so upset. This really is the most beneficial choice. Jerome's offered to pay for everything. All you have to do is be married for 6 months. Doesn't that sound like a doable amount of time to save something you love so much? Something that your parents loved so much. We haven't been back in each other's lives very long, but I would never put you in a dangerous position. I stare at him in silence, not knowing what to say to him. I'm sorting through my thoughts, and all I can muster up is the same question. Why are you doing this to me? Am I being punished for something? He shakes his head back and forth. Of course not, Sophia. In fact, it's just the opposite. It helps you save your business and teaches you to run it simultaneously, so you never have to worry about losing it again. He stares at me, and I see tears in his eyes. He sighs, and I can tell something's wrong. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. No, dear, you didn't upset me at all. What's wrong then? I ask worriedly. Your aunt. I see so much of her in you whenever I look at you. Is that a bad thing? No, of course not. It's just that I miss her so much it hurts, Every time I look at you and see her, it brings me both happiness and sadness. I feel so lucky to get to catch a glimpse of her sometimes, but then I feel so guilty. Guilty? Why do you feel guilty? It never fails to cross my mind every single day that there was nothing I could do to help her when she was sick. I was supposed to be the one taking care of her, and I couldn't save her. Finally, I watch a tear fall down the wrinkles on his cheek, and as I continue looking at him, my sadness grows with his. I can tell how much he still loves her, and I know everything about loss. I also feel extreme amounts of guilt when I'm with you, he says with a shaky voice. What? What do you mean with me? What could you feel guilty for that has to do with me? You haven't seen me since I was 5 years old until now, I say, thinking. Although trying to get me to marry a man I don't know isn't an excellent getting to know you gift. Nothing in Jerome's proposal that I just read makes me want to agree. All of it feels wrong, and I don't know how I even got in this situation in the first place. I feel so disgusted every time I think about it. It's like we're in the olden days, and my family believes in arranging marriages. The only thing that makes it hard to say no is that I don't want to lose my family's gallery. The gallery that I'm trying to protect and keep in the family, even if it's just me left. I'm quiet as I reread the proposal in my head. As much as I don't want to do something like this, 6 months isn't a terribly long time. After those 6 months, the family business is safe, and I know how to keep it safe for years. But then my thoughts bring me back to Gordon. It saddens me to think that he is okay with this. He wants me to marry someone I don't even know, instead of marrying for the right reason. You want me to marry him without love? I ask in a small voice, trying not to shed any tears. He looks at me before he sighs. Dream or love? I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage, now is it?
No, you introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl, Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage, happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Because where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less I Love You. Tuesdays and Thursdays. New seasons premiere every month. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 10. Sophia. Gordon's words ring in my ears as I take a few steps back to think about what he's asking me. Dream or love? Who asks something like this? Do I even know the answer to this kind of question? I've never thought of it before. A question that seems simple to him is a choice of which path to take in life for me. I know that everyone says you fall in love and get married to live happily ever after, and that's usually every little girl's dream. But all I can think about is how passionately I love my art and how my dream is to become a well-known artist in this town. Art is the only thing in life that I'm genuinely passionate about, and it's my whole world. Will it really be so bad to marry a businessman for a few months to help my dream come true? Is it so wrong for me to choose something out of the ordinary if it gives me everything I want? Is it okay to be selfish for once? The images of the proposal fly through my brain, and I can't stop thinking about how easy this will make it to get my gallery back. I mean, it's only a few short months, and then I have the rest of my life to find my one true love, assuming that's ever not art. So technically I can have both. I'm starting to soften to the idea of allowing the arrangement, and I bite my lip, thinking about it for a moment before I speak. "How long did you say we have to be married again?" I whisper, at a volume so low, it's like I'm trying not to hear myself ask. Does this mean I'm considering it? I can't believe I'm actually starting to picture it. "Just 6 months. You can choose to get married when and however you want. But I would make it happen as soon as possible if you want the 6 months to start quickly. You're asking questions. That's great. Is that a yes?" he responds, looking enthusiastic. I close my eyes in disbelief at what I'm about to say. I'll think about it. I've got to go. I storm out of the room and back down the hallway. My heart is racing when I make it out of the entrance of the hospital. I see Jerome sitting on a bench, scrolling through his phone. I'm not successful in sneaking past him. He sees me and immediately stands up to greet me. I cut him off. "I need time," I say, never letting him get a word out. I walk away and head down to my gallery. I have no one to go to for support, but I know I always get comfort from my paintings. When I arrive at the gallery, I unlock the door. As it swings open, a wave of emotion hits me like a ton of bricks. My eyes fill up with tears as I flip on the lights and see my favorite place awaken. I shut and lock the door behind me, setting my stuff at the front desk. I look around the room for a few moments, taking it all in and trying to imagine what it'll be like having to say goodbye. A few remaining paintings are on the wall, and I rub my hand on their corners as I walk past, thinking about never being able to do this again. Nail holes will cover the walls when the day comes to take them all down. The gallery is full of so much history and so many happy memories of my childhood. There's so much more I know the gallery has to offer if it's just given a chance. I've been so excited to work on bringing it back to life, and I just don't know how I will let go of it all. At first, I'm extremely sad at the thought of never seeing the inside of this building again, or that if I do, it'll be something completely different, and I won't recognize it anymore. Something that rips it of its history and shapes it into something meaningless. It's something rich people steal from passionate people like myself and morph into something dull and pointless that will make them a profit instead of bringing beauty to the world. The money-hungry monsters don't care who they hurt in the process or how they change the community with their actions. Suddenly, my sadness shifts into anger. I'm not too fond of the thought of someone like them getting this place. No one deserves this building more than I do. They won't treat it the way they need to. As I continue around the room, touching things as I go, I realize what my decision needs to be. I know that I can't lose it. I'm so sick of always struggling. No matter how hard I work, it's never enough. I can never seem to catch up, and I want to showcase my talents to the world. If I lose this place, I'll lose any chance of making it happen. I know what I need to do, but I just have to try and convince myself to pick up the phone and dial. It's not going to be an easy phone call to make, but it's a necessary one. I slide my phone out of my pants and decide to call Gordon at the hospital. I dial the hospital and follow the list of steps until finally, a nurse gets me to the phone in his room and I wait anxiously as it rings. "Hello?" he says. My heartbeat jumps as I try to talk through my nervousness. "Hi, Gordon. It's Sophia. I was just wondering if you have Jerome's phone number by chance. I needed to talk to him. I'm instantly regretting calling him first. He's actually here with me. I'll hand him the phone." Panic starts to set in as the static lets me know it's switching hands. "Hello, Sophia. This is a bit unexpected. Is everything okay?" Jerome asks. His voice sounds like butter, even through the phone. I think until he's quiet. Yeah, everything's okay. I'm at my gallery. Could you meet me here?" "Yeah, sure. Right now?" "Please. I'm sure in your paperwork somewhere you have the address." I quickly hang up the phone before he could respond. I have nothing else to say to him over the phone. I want him here in person, so I'm in the comfort of my paintings when I tell him my decision. After making a few more loops around the gallery, a sudden weight lifts off my shoulders. It feels so good to make a choice. Now that my decision is clear, I'm ready to work out the formalities and get on with the arrangement. I want my gallery back and fast. It's been exhausting working my tail off with no reward. I keep talking myself through the plan when suddenly there's a knock at the door. I walk over and let Jerome in. I start walking around the room again, not knowing how to start the conversation. "This is a beautiful place, Sophia," Jerome says, glancing around the room. "My favorite place in the whole world is right here." I motion at all of the paintings. It's been in the family for a very long time, and it got left to me when my parents died. They left it to me to take care of, and I'm letting them down. I've tried so hard to keep it afloat, and it kills me to think I'm failing. It's such a nice place. I'm so sorry you've been put in this position. But I think your parents would be glad to know you've tried so hard. You don't give up easily, that's for sure. He laughs. I spent so much time here growing up. That's where my love of art came from. My father would set me here behind the front desk with a canvas and paintbrushes. I'd paint all day long alongside him. All my best family memories are here. I continue walking around, lost in my thoughts. I can sense his stares the longer I'm quiet, but I keep trying to find the right words, and they just won't form. My words scramble around in my brain until I finally just blurt them out. "I accept your offer," I nearly shout. "But," I trail off, hesitating. "But," he prompts. "But there will be ground rules that we have to discuss if I'm going to be any sort of comfortable with this." I make eye contact, trying to see what his reaction is. The sides of his mouth are slightly curving upward into a smile, but I can clearly see he's trying to hide it. "Of course. What are they? We can add them in the contract?" "Yes, I'll tell you, but I don't think you're going to like them too much." I giggle. "Let's step over here and have a seat. You can write them down while I talk. That way, you don't forget what needs to be added." He follows me over to the 2 desk chairs, and we sit across from each other. I watch him get out his pen and give him a piece of paper, ready to state my demands.
Chapter 11. Jerome. Great. It seems like being a master of persuasion has worked in my favor yet again. I feel happy that she has agreed to our contract marriage, but I carry on a facade that I'm unbothered one way or the other. I'm a businessman when it all comes down to it, so it's imperative that I remove any emotions that I catch myself having throughout the process. I lift the brown crocodile skin briefcase that has been attached to my right hand the entire time. I brought the contract for us to sign. "Well, you certainly come prepared. What if I would have shot your offer down?" Her alluring blue eyes shift from the briefcase to my face. "You could have declined over the phone. People who request a meeting in person have already said yes to the agreement." My left hand casually slips into my pants pocket as my feet spread a shoulder's length apart. Sophia boldly gives me a once-over with her hands folded over her chest, then turns her back to me. "Let's review it in my office." She walks ahead of me with a lazy stroll, entering through the open door of her office space. Instead of sitting in the chair behind her desk, she faces me and sits on the center of her artsy wooden desk instead. I admire how the small room carries the same theme as the rest of the gallery. It's impressive how she focuses on raw, exposed wood as furniture pieces rather than modern, contemporary pieces. I found that many artists focus more on what their clients would like for their spaces rather than what actually resonates with them as a creative. There are 6 pieces of tree bark lined up against the far wall. She has painted different themes on each one, but it's apparent that they are still works in progress. "What kind of paint do you use to paint on the tree barks?" I break the ice with another art question before we get down to business. Sophia focuses her attention on the unfinished wooden pieces as she comfortably answers my question. "It's water-based latex paint that's interior grade. Some artists use exterior grades, but they can alter the texture of the wood. I nod as I pull up one of the 3 wood chairs closer to the desk she sits on. Hearing about an artist's creative process always intrigues me. It makes me wish that I were more right-brained instead of left-brained. That's interesting. I lower myself into the chair, observing how her face becomes brighter when she gets the chance to elaborate about her art. She readily adds more insight to her previous statement, as if she is tutoring me on the process. You never want to use oil-based paints, because they're toxic to the trunks. Good to know. I place the briefcase onto my lap, open it, then hand her one of the copies of the contract. After closing the briefcase, I place my copy of the document on top of it. Sophia places the papers on the desk to her left, then looks at me as if she has something important to address. There are some rules I would like to go over first, in case they're not printed in the contract. I place my forearms folded over the papers and briefcase, extending my legs outward to sit more comfortably in the chair as I attentively listen to her concerns. What are your demands? Well... She places the palms of her hands against the desk at an angle behind her, causing her body to slightly lean backwards. There shouldn't be any touching, no holding hands, and no kissing between us. This is strictly business. I'm afraid that won't be possible. I watch her as she curiously holds my gaze, awaiting a logical explanation. I'm a public figure, which will make you one as well. We'll always be under the scrutiny of the public, so if we don't convince everyone that we're in love, it will tarnish our reputations. Just think of it as a performance that we will put on in front of the public eye. Nobody can know that we're just putting on a show other than Gordon. Sophia looks down at her legs that hang over the front of the desk, as if my words have brought her great disappointment. She takes a moment to process what I've addressed, then responds in a soft voice. That makes sense. I'll do my best. I realize now that I'll have an even more challenging task on my hands moving forward. If Sophia is uncomfortable with me, it will translate when we're around other people. I know that I haven't exactly been the most personable person, which would cause anyone entering this kind of arrangement to be concerned. I've only had one serious relationship in my life, and even that turned out to be a disaster. It's possible that playing the doting husband might be as much of a stretch for me as it is for Sophia to pretend that I am. By the time I bring myself out of my own thoughts, I notice that a long pause of silence has made things awkward again. I clear my throat, restoring the flow of the dialogue. Is there anything else you would like to add? In the spirit of appearing like a real couple, I believe that infidelity would also damage our image. The thumb of her right hand trails against her full bottom lip while she contemplates how to conclude her proclamation. Even though our marriage isn't normal, I still expect you to be faithful to the marriage. As ironic as it is for me to say this while in this predicament, I value the sanctity of marriage and therefore plan to observe this with sincerity. I pause before responding, acknowledging how her words sound like poetry. That won't be a problem for me. I've always been a man with great self-control. Lust can't consume me. It appears that my words of affirmation have given her some relief. She looks way less tense as she picks up her copy of the contract from her left, then silently scans through it. I study her thoroughly, hoping that she will speak again. I hadn't noticed it previously, but something about her voice is so captivating. The tone is soft, and yet she still speaks with confidence. She strikes me as the type of person who has been in survival mode her entire life. It must be exhausting to have to always fight. Today is the start of her new life. Her strong blue eyes break away from the paper to observe me. She must have felt my eyes on her for all that time. What is it? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to stare. I stand up, placing the briefcase with the papers on top of it on the chair where I sat. Let me know if you have any questions about anything. I walk over to get a closer look at the unfinished painted tree barks. It's still amazing to me how she has been undiscovered all this time. Perhaps it's fate that we meet like this. Sophia's melodic voice causes me to turn around. The contract says the marriage is a 6-month duration, but Honestly, I feel like that is taking the easy way out. Wouldn't it look better to the public if we were married for a minimum of a year? She has a point. That's something that even a practical businessman such as myself managed to miss. I completely agree. Feel free to make that revision. She picks up a pen from her desk, then makes changes to the paper on her lap. She's left-handed. What are the odds? I turn back to the wood pieces, moving from the first one that is a large rose to the second one, which is a landscape painting of the mountains. Would you like to add more properties to your side of the deal? No. Sophia flips the page over, giving the document her full attention. I don't want anything extra, just my Dreamweaver gallery upon our divorce. Why is the word divorce triggering me so much? It's not like this is a real marriage anyway. I guess I'm getting a taste of my own medicine. I finally met my match. Sophia doesn't sugarcoat things at all, and I find that really attractive. Maybe it won't be hard to be married to her. She flips to the final page and signs on the first line. You can sign this one, then I'll just make copies of the revisions. I walk over to her, take the document from her hand, then remove the pen from the outer pocket of my suit jacket. My left hand signs the second line with my pen, then I return the stapled papers to her possession. Sophia hops down off the desk without looking at me. This will only take a minute. She goes to the back right corner of the room to make copies from her large black machine, then makes her way back over to hand me my new copy. Great. I place all the papers in my briefcase, then stand confidently before her. Should we seal the deal? Her demeanor changes drastically as the muscles in her face instantly tighten from my inquiry. The more time I'm spending around her, the more I'm finding her quirks adorable. She holds her breath as if I've asked her the most imposing question possible. Is she that inexperienced with men? She's assuming that I'm asking her for intimacy in this moment. I look down at my polished Oxford shoes as my thumb and index fingers stroke my chin. I'm not a man who smiles very often, but somehow I always find myself hiding a smile from this woman. There's something so pure about her that I find absolutely refreshing. She may have learned to put on that tough demeanor as a defense mechanism, but there is something deeper that alludes to more softness. I find myself becoming more eager to discover this as I peel back more of her layers. Should we go to dinner? My eyes glance up at her after I carefully revise my question. Oh, Sophia finally releases an exhale and the tension in her face and body subside. Let's do that.
Chapter 12. Sophia. My hackles rose when he suggested we seal the deal. But it turned out to be me reading too much into what were actually innocent words. I'm thankful his version of sealing the deal is only dinner, so I agree. Plus, I haven't eaten a decent meal in so long. It'll be nice to remember what real food tastes like from a microwave. Perfect. Do you need time to go home and get ready or anything? I can meet you at your place if you like. Are you saying I need to change? I ask, slightly playfully, but with a tone of exaggerated distress. Oh no, not at all. You look just fine. I just know how women are about dinner. I didn't want to make you feel rushed. His voice shakes as I've flustered him. I'm just teasing you. Calm down. Let's go. I grab my things off the desk and head out to his car. He politely opens the door for me, and his driver, Eric, smiles as soon as I'm inside. Nice to see you again, ma'am, Eric says. You too. Luckily, it's under better circumstances this time. We both laugh as Jerome climbs in the seat beside me. My shyness creeps in, and I can't think of anything to say. I sit in silence as we drive down the road. Jerome never takes his eyes off me the whole drive. I stare out the window, occasionally glancing over to see if he's looking somewhere new, but he isn't. I can't tell if the look on his face is desirable or irritating. Finally, after making eye contact, I muster up a sentence. Where are we going to eat? I have a favorite spot. It's beautiful. You'll love it, he says, finally looking away. Oh, perfect. I'm so glad he's found something else to look at. I don't do well in social settings, especially when they're about me. As we drive along the streets of Washington, I can't help but notice we are making our way toward the more excellent part of the town. Part of me knows he's showing off, but part of me likes it. The buildings get more prominent and nicer the longer we drive, until finally Eric turns into a parking lot to a restaurant with a sign reading Marcel's. It's gorgeous, but I can also tell it's way out of my price range. Eric parks the car and walks around to let Jerome and me out. Jerome takes my arm, and we walk together into the restaurant. The inside is even prettier than the outside. Large crystal chandeliers dangle from the ceiling, and the tables all have bright white tablecloths. The dining places are already set and ready to go. "Hello, do you have a reservation?" the hostess asks. She's just as pretty as the crystal chandeliers she's standing under. She has bright blue eyes, and her smile sparkles. Her short, tightly fitting black dress suddenly makes me insecure. I feel incredibly underdressed, but she smiles at me anyways, making me feel welcome. "No, I'm Jerome Fortington. I'm sure you've—" She cuts him off when she hears his name. "Oh, yes. I'm so sorry, sir. Your table is always ready for you. I'll take you myself." She grabs 2 menus and walks us to a beautifully lit table in the corner of the most secluded part of the restaurant. She sets the menus down, and Jerome pulls out my chair. "Your server will be right over to help you. Enjoy your meals." She smiles and heads back to her podium. I can't believe I know someone with a standing reservation. I've seen it on TV, but never in person. "You look a bit surprised. Is it the place or my standing reservation?" He laughs. "Well, actually both. It's gorgeous here, but also a little bit about your standing reservation. I didn't even know that was a thing outside of movies." "Oh, yes. With the right amount of money, you can do many things." He grins. I can't help but notice his handsome smile under the romantic lighting, and how well it brings out the color in his green eyes. Then I remember that I can't afford to eat at this place. Oh, speaking of money, there is no possible way I can afford to eat at a place like this, I say, looking around the room again at all the fancy elements. "You don't need to. I asked you for dinner, and I picked the restaurant. It's my treat." "Wow, really? You don't need to do that. We can just pick somewhere else." "You better get used to being spoiled, darling. You're going to be married to a wealthy man soon." I bite my lip and look down at the table. Is he flirting with me? Or am I just caught up in the romantic setting? Well, I appreciate it. It'll take some getting used to. Our waitress appears beside our table and pulls out her pad and paper. "Hi, I'm Melody, and I'll be your server tonight. Can I get you started on some drinks?" she asks in a cute Southern accent. Jerome points at me, allowing me to go first. "Could I just get some water?" "Of course. And for you, sir?" She turns to look at Jerome. "I'll have water as well. But could you also bring out a bottle of your finest champagne? We're celebrating." He tosses a smile in my direction. "Of course, sir. What's the celebration for?" She smiles. "We just signed a contract together." We both smile, and I feel my face start to flame. She walks away with our drink orders as Jerome places the napkin in his lap and strategically lines his silverware. I watch as he places them perfectly. "You must come here a lot," I say, watching his hands arrange the utensils like there's a groove in the table that they belong in. "I do. It's my favorite spot. Never brought anyone with me until today, though." My heartbeat flutters with his response. "Really? Why'd you bring me here then?" "Well, I figure we'll spend a lot of time together over the next year, and I wanted to show you something special to me. I thought we could take some time tonight and try to get to know each other better. I want to figure out who I'm marrying." "That sounds nice. For the record, I love your special place. It's crucial to have one. A place to go for the good things or bad things. Somewhere that makes you feel comfortable and at peace. My mind trails off to my special place, the gallery. Yours is your gallery, isn't it? He asks, almost as if he read my mind. You could tell that, huh? I giggle. Suddenly, Melody appears with our drinks. She also sets a bucket of ice housing our champagne on the table's edge. Okay. Have you had time to review the menu, or would you like a minute? I look at Jerome in panicked confusion and scramble for my menu. Actually, Jerome intercepts. If I could, I'd like to suggest something I think you'll love. It's part of what I wanted to show you, if that's okay. Oh, of course. I'd love to try it. Thank God, because I don't do well under pressure, I think, as I set the menu back down. Could we both have the lobster timbale? And I'd like to order a chocolate mousse bomb for dessert. I know sometimes you have to order them in advance. He picks up our menus and hands them to her. Perfect. We'll have that out in a few minutes, she says, and walks to the kitchen. Jerome stares at me again with a smile on his face. His looks confuse me because it looks like he's impressed. We stare into each other's eyes for a few moments, until I snap out of it and realize I need to think of something to get my mind off his gorgeous eyes. So I was shocked to hear your take on my paintings. I didn't think a businessman like yourself would know anything about the actual artistic part of it. Actually, my parents' love of art interested me. I made my whole empire off of one gallery they owned. I love art just like you. I just don't spend my time creating it. I want to give it the wings it needs to be seen worldwide. That's beautiful. I've never thought of it being for anything other than the money side of it, I guess. Well, the money is a nice bonus. He laughs. But I'm passionate about it too, making it worthwhile. I never would have guessed. It's crazy that we have that in common. We live in completely different worlds. So I didn't expect us to have anything in common. I guess at least we can talk about art for a year if we have to. We laugh, and the waitress comes back with our plates. She sets them down in front of us and asks if she can pour us a glass of champagne. We agree, and we watch as the bubbles fill our glasses. Does everything look okay? Melody asks. It looks amazing. Thank you, I say. Yes, it's perfect. Thank you. Jerome agrees. She tells us if we need anything to let her know, and she leaves. Jerome picks up his glass and I do the same. I'd like to make a toast. Here's to us for finding a way to get what we want. I'll wish us luck in our year-long adventure, he says. We clink our glasses together and we take a sip. He smiles at me as he sets it down. As his side smile starts to emerge, I feel my face heating up again. I'm trying not to let the romantic lighting mess this up. I try talking myself out of the feelings I'm having. This is a business arrangement. You can't fall for him. Even with his handsome smile and the green eyes, I get lost in, no, snap out of it. This isn't real. But the longer he talks, the more I grow to enjoy his company. My impression of him is completely different after this surprisingly romantic dinner. I admire him more and more for being the man who built his empire from a gallery owned by his parents.
Chapter 13. Jerome, I can't recall a time that I've ever felt like this. I've never been a man who has been in touch with his feelings. In fact, it has been a personal choice for 30 years to remain emotionally unavailable. I'd never seen a reason to expose myself in such a vulnerable way until now. Business requires practicality, not tact. Spending time with Sophia has made me evaluate how robotic of a life I have been living. She is different from anyone I have ever met. It's common for artists to have similar quirks. I've become fascinated with each person I've worked with, but this is an entirely new experience. I find myself becoming more interested in her beyond the art that she creates. When When she speaks, I actually give her my undivided attention. I had become so accustomed to treating non-business conversations as a chore that I usually dread speaking about personal matters. Tonight has proven to me that I am capable of enjoying conversing with someone. All it took was for the right person to come along. I replay the dialogue from dinner in my mind as I drive Sophia back to her studio. My usual classical music plays in the background, but I tune it out with my thoughts. The closer I get to her place, the more I feel disheartened. Why am I feeling this way? Do I actually like her beyond her being my business partner? It feels like the time we spend together is too short. I'm usually in a hurry to separate myself from people, but with Sophia, I just can't seem to get enough time with her. As I put the car in park in front of her building, I try to plot a way to extend our date, even if just for another 15 minutes. Sophia rewards me with a smile, revealing her adorable bunny teeth before she retrieves her bag from the floor by her feet. Thanks for tonight. I pause by giving her a firm nod, hoping that she will invite me inside as I unlatch my seatbelt. When I realize that the invitation isn't coming, I think quickly on my feet. Do you have about 15 to 20 minutes to spare? She tilts her head slightly, giving me a curious expression. Sure. Why do you ask? One of my gallery's branches is close to here, and I just remembered that I acquired many art supplies several days ago. They are currently just sitting in my storage room. My initial thought was to donate it all to a local high school, but I thought you could come by and choose some things that you could use first. I feel confident about the excuse that I've come up with so quickly. Knowing how passionate she is about art naturally gives my proposition a higher chance for success. Her face lights up from my spiel, indicating her response before she verbally gives it. That's thoughtful of you. I'm sure you know how expensive art supplies are. I certainly do. I've always admired how much artists invest in their craft. I reach for my seatbelt buckle, inserting it into the receiver with a click. Shall we go? We shall. Sophia places her bag at her feet, then secures her seatbelt across her torso. I feel energized by her willingness to go with me. Perhaps the incentive of the art supplies is all that attracts her, but I can't afford to be picky. She is not obligated to give me any of her time, so that makes me appreciate every minute that we spend together even more. In fact, if it weren't for our arrangement, I wouldn't have access to her like I do. A part of me feels like I'm taking advantage of that, but then I remind myself that there's nothing wrong because I have the best intentions. It's dark in the car due to the lack of streetlights on the current road I drive us down. When Sophia looks over at me from the passenger seat, it's as if those blue eyes of hers are glowing in the dark. The sound of her sultry voice accompanies the classical music like a melody being laid over it. Do you have a number in mind for your galleries? I contemplate her question, wondering if I've been too deep in my thoughts to grasp what she's inquiring, or if I'm just plain stupid. A number? Yeah, she elaborates as she sinks into her seat more comfortably. Do you have a goal in mind for the amount of galleries that you would like to acquire? Oh, I want to bang my head against the steering wheel for complicating such a simple question, but I maintain my composure in front of her. I've never thought about an actual number. That's odd, right? Most collectors can tell you exactly what their endgame is. Keyword is collector. Sophia watches the road ahead after alluding to something that I seem to miss yet again. What the hell is wrong with me? Why am I becoming an idiot in her presence? Is this what happens when you genuinely like someone? I know I'm a late bloomer in this area, but being as old as I am makes me feel even more self-conscious. I glance over at her without speaking, having too much pride to ask her to elaborate. Luckily, she picks up on the social cue and adds on to her previous statement. You consider yourself a collector of art and galleries, but your interest goes deeper than that of your average collectors. You have a valid point. Perhaps I should stop referring to myself as that then. I hold her gaze as I feel grateful that she has given me a new perspective. What do you suggest? She looks straight ahead again as if the answer will appear on her side of the windshield. For you, It's a life's pursuit. When I think of a better word, I'll let you know. Great. I look forward to it. I turn the steering wheel to the right, pulling us into the lot of the gallery. We're here. Sophia reads the label on the building like it's the first time she has heard of the business name. Delane Art Galleries. I didn't even know this location existed, and it's right around the corner from me. I tease her as I open the driver's side door. If you spend any more time in your gallery, you'll become a portrait on the walls. She exits the car, then walks beside me towards the large double doors. It's a miracle that I haven't already absorbed into the foundation. I unlock the doors, then immediately turn off the alarm system. I'll give you a proper tour next time. The storage room is this way. I guide her down a long corridor, then open a door that leads into a closet the size of most master bedrooms. Sophia gasps as she walks past me to observe the large canvases. You're giving these away? These canvases are 36 by 72 inches. She smiles like a child on Christmas morning as she picks the top one up from the pile. These go for anywhere from $300 to $500 apiece. Take as many as you'd like. There's all that acrylic paint to your right also. I notice how much joy I'm feeling as I watch her select the items. It's such a bizarre sensation because it's not like me to care like this for someone. I carry a canvas under each arm for her as she helps herself to a can of black acrylic paint. We place the items on the floor of the back seat, then head back to her studio. After taking the canvases inside for her, she walks me back outside. Thanks again. Have a good night. You're welcome. I'm glad you like the supplies. I raise my left hand as a gesture to bid her goodbye before walking back to my car. As I lower myself into the driver's seat, I can't help but feel like I want more as I watch her enter the building, then shut the door. My growing connection with her makes me want to wrap my arms around her, but I know that it would be inappropriate. I drive home in silence, thinking about the controversy that is surrounding Sophia's gallery. If I'm in a position to do something about it, I want to do all that I can. Once I arrive home, I call George while I pace the hardwood floors of my dining room. Why do I still have so much energy? You never call me this late. Is something wrong? George inquires with a concerned tone. It's important. I need you to investigate the previous manager of the Dreamweaver Gallery. There are rumors of Sophia's art forgeries, and I want to clear her name if possible. Report your findings to me in the morning. I'm on it, sir. Have a good night, he responds with a more alert tone. Good night, George. I end the call, then collapse onto my couch. My initial plan is to just wind down here for a few minutes, but before I know it, I have drifted off to sleep. The sun hasn't even fully risen when I am startled awake by the sound of my phone ringing. I pick up the phone from my chest, grunting as my eyes squint from the bright light of the screen. Hello? I have the information you requested. George gets straight to the point, knowing that it's the method I value the most. Maya Williams is involved in an upcoming illegal auction. Great. My body jolts up from the couch from the news. Monitor the situation and keep me updated. Today, I don't even bother having Eric drive me around. Sometimes, especially with business matters, it's convenient to have a driver who worries about the road so I don't have to. But today, I want to be free to move at a leisurely, private pace. I take a shower, get dressed in one of my nicest suits, then head to the local coffee house that I frequent. Instead of only buying my usual black coffee, I add on another with disposable creamers and sugar packets. I arrive at Sophia's studio shortly after, holding the coffee in the carrier with my left hand while I knock on the door with my right. Sophia swings open the door with a stunned expression. What are you doing here?
Chapter 14. Sophia. I'm dancing to my music while folding some clothes when there's a knock at the door. I walk over to open it and see Jerome's face peer around the corner as it swings open. Jerome, what are you doing here? Is everything okay? I ask. Yeah. I just came to make your day better. Coffee? He asks, raising the coffee cups. Well, the coffee sold me. Come on in. He walks in behind me and hands me my cup. The way to a woman's heart, I laugh as I bring it to my lips. Oh, is it? He laughs. I wasn't sure how you liked it, so the barista asked me to tell her a couple of things about you, and she picked one based on what details I gave. There's extra creamer and sugar if you need to doctor it up. How'd she do? It's perfect. Would you like a tour? Sure. I show him around my tiny studio. He admires all my artwork on the walls as we go. Are these your own paintings? Yes. I picked a few of my favorite ones to keep for myself. I thought it made it homier. I find comfort in my work. They're amazing, and they really add the perfect touch. It doesn't take long to get through it all, and then I tell him about my bedroom on the second floor. I don't like thinking about having a man up in my room, and it's uncomfortable for me, so I don't show it to him. You've done a lot with the place. I like all of your artistic touches. It's a really nice setup, he says. Thank you? It's all thanks to my parents. They really knew how to be creative and passed on all of their talents. I smile. Hey, would you like to stay for breakfast? I was just about to start fixing something when you got here. I usually make enough for two anyways. It's hard cooking for one person. Jerome looks at me for a moment before answering. I don't usually have breakfast, but if you're cooking, I'm willing to taste it. I giggle. That's an awful lot of pressure. My cooking is all right, I guess, but no judging me. I'm used to only having to please my own taste buds. We walk into the kitchen, and he sits at the table. He watches me as I grab the eggs and sausage links from the fridge and start preparing the stove. I'm working on getting things in the pans and heating up, and he asks if there's anything he can help with. Well, if you want to get the peppers out of the fridge and start cutting them up, that would be great. I was going to make my omelet scramble, and getting those cut is the next step. He walks over and gets them out of the fridge. As he's washing them off, we start talking about work. He asks me how I find the inspiration for my paintings. Honestly, I don't really have a process. I enjoy sitting down at a canvas and painting whatever comes to mind. Some days I end up with beautiful works of art, and some days I end up throwing them away. I laugh. But that's one of my favorite things about being a freelance artist. No one tells me what to paint. It's all based on feeling. That's awesome. That also explains why your work has so much passion and beauty. You don't feel pressured to create something. You just let it flow. He brings the peppers over to the counter I'm working on. How do you like them cut? He asks, laying them out on the board. I'm not too picky. I usually just chop them up small, and it's good enough. I show him where the knives are, and he starts chopping. We're silent for a few minutes as the sausage fries, and the sound of his knife hits the cutting board. Finally, when he's all done, I get the eggs cracked and put them in the pan. He leans over me and slides the peppers in. As he's standing over me, I can smell his cologne. It's musky, and I instantly fall in love with it. It's a scent I don't want to lose. He goes to turn the stove up at the same time I do, and our hands touch, nearly shocking me. What the hell am I feeling this way for? I think as I rip my hand back. Sorry, he says. It's your kitchen. I don't know what I was doing. No, you're okay. Do you want to grab us some plates? I ask, pointing to the cupboard and trying to change the subject. He looks as anxious as I feel, but he nods and grabs them. I watch him as he sets the table. He's so handsome, maybe even slightly sexy. What am I doing? Please stop it. He's off limits to you in real life. This is all just part of the arrangement, right? He drops a fork on the ground, and the clanking drags me out of my thoughts. He smiles shyly as he picks it up. I grab some orange juice from the fridge and set it out while bringing the omelets and sausage. He smiles at my juggling of items. I'm right here. I could have helped you with that. That's okay. I'm used to doing things on my own, so it's going to take a while to get used to asking. Here, sit down and I'll get you some. I grab his plate and start loading it up with food. He stares at me the whole time with a loving smile on his face. He looks content, and I must keep reminding myself it's all part of the arrangement. He's just being nice. But is he? No one else is here to see us. Why is he acting this way if there's no audience? I sit down and make my plate as he pours 2 glasses of orange juice. I thank him as he sets mine in front of me, and we both dig in. We sit quietly eating our food, and I can't help but glance up at him. I can't believe he's here eating with me. This is great, Sophia. You really know how to make a good breakfast. I might actually start eating in the morning if it was always like this. He laughs and takes another bite. I could get used to this. Our eyes meet at his statement, and I'm trying to figure out his feelings. He says it like he might like being here with me in the morning. But what does that mean? Well, thank you. It's been nice cooking for someone. Most days I don't go extravagant. It's usually toaster waffles or strudel, but I was excited when you agreed to stay. It's been a long time since I've had company for breakfast. I'm sorry to hear that. Have your parents been gone long? He asks. I lost them right after I graduated college. I made a few friends in college, but I stopped hearing from them when everyone heard about my loss. No one really knows what to say when things like that happen, you know? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sure it was rough not having anyone during that time. Yeah, it really was. After college is when you're finding your way in the world, and it's hard to navigate that in the first place. But then when you're also trying to navigate through your grief, it's so much worse. They say it gets easier with time, but it's probably hard knowing they aren't going to see what you accomplish too. But I'm sure the gallery helped a little bit with that, right? It gave you something to focus on. It did. It's been my saving grace. It was the only positive thing I had until I learned about the manager stealing from us. That's something my parents would have handled, you know? I didn't know anything about that side of the business, and I didn't even know about it until it was too late. So then not only have I been trying to navigate through my grief, but I've also been trying not to lose the one thing I have left. I can't even imagine. I don't talk to my parents much. They've always been more into each other than me, so I've never really relied on them, but I at least know they're there. So I can't imagine how hard it would be to be left alone. You don't talk to your parents much? No, my parents have never really had time for me. They love each other so much that they're always on their honeymoon. So from a young age, I learned to be independent. I don't need them, but it's nice to know they're there. I definitely understand that. I'm just blessed my parents gave me something to be passionate about. I guess that's another thing we have in common, huh? He picks up his fork again. Yeah, it seems like the more we talk, the more we discover. Who knows what we'll be like a year from now? He takes a bite, and I drift off into the future. What will it be like in a year? Will we still be having breakfast like this, but talking about our days instead of getting to know each other? We continue eating, and he shifts the conversation to our next step in the arrangement.
Chapter 15, Jerome. I smile to myself as I clear the plates from the table. Even though Sophia objects, I manage to convince her to let me take care of it. It's the least I can do for such a warm reception. If it's always this good, I might have to start eating breakfast more often. As much as I'd like to stay in that apartment all day, I'm already planning the next step of our business plan. What do you think about going to meet Gordon? I've taken to using his first name, and I'm pleased that he hasn't objected yet. I think we should tell him about our decision, and after that we can go to the bank and I'll clear your outstanding debts. A look of surprise washes over Sophia's face. Oh, I hadn't expected that to happen already. Isn't it a bit fast? She's sweet. The look of surprise is slowly transforming into consternation as she mulls over the idea of accepting the money from me. Why do you say that? I want her to feel like she can trust me. Well, don't you want to wait until we get married? I smile again, happy to alleviate her fears. Sophia, I trust you. I can't really explain why, but I just get the feeling you'll stick to your word. Maybe it sounds strange, but I feel very at peace with you. I'm at ease when we're together. Are those words really coming out of my mouth? I mean everything I just said. But what started as a way to comfort Sophia has turned into a surprisingly vulnerable confession. I look down sheepishly. Rarely, if ever, have I been shy around a woman, but Sophia is something else, apparently. When I glance up, she's smiling warmly. Thank you, Jerome. We both remain slightly sheepish on the way to the hospital, but the trip gives us something to distract ourselves with. I spend most of the ride wondering if Sophia is feeling the same way I am, but I don't dare ask. When we break the news to Gordon, he's ecstatic. He's suddenly filled with the energy of a much younger man, and I'm surprised to see how emotional he gets at the thought. This makes me so happy, he says, tears filling his eyes. Sophia, dear, I want to see you walk down the aisle, and if you'd allow me, I'd be honored to be the one to escort you. From what I've picked up in my digging, Gordon and Dana's love story was both beautiful and tragic. I can see this man has a loving heart, and I imagine Sophia's marriage is his chance to relive the romance of his youth. His teary eyes and hopeful smile just about break my heart when I think of what he lost. Have I become a total softy in the process of this sham marriage? I shrug away the thought. I want to enjoy this moment, Gordon continues. I'm very fond of you and have come to care a great deal for you. I'd love to be part of your wedding day. Sophia must be just as touched as I am because she's tearing up too. Of course you can. I would love that. She throws her arms around Gordon and the two share a familial embrace. All I can do is smile. It's a beautiful moment. Gordon catches my eye as they separate. So, when's the big day? I look at Sophia, and I hope she catches the warmth in my eyes. Whenever Sophia wants. As for me, I'd love to get married as soon as possible, maybe even in a few days. Sophia is visibly shocked at the suggestion, but I truly am happy for her to decide. But like I said, whatever and whenever you want. I want you to plan the wedding. You should have the wedding you always wanted. This was never my intention. When I first caught wind of Gordon's plan, I envisioned a simple ceremony at Town Hall, just Gordon and George to witness what was, essentially, a run-of-the-mill business deal. But Gordon's heartfelt request to be part of the ceremony has shifted my perspective. Not only that, but my newfound attraction to Sophia has changed everything about this arrangement. I want to make sure the wedding is exactly what Sophia wants. I might not be able to give her a real marriage, or even a marriage entered into for the right reasons, but she can still have a hell of a wedding. She smiles one of those heart-stopping smiles, and it hammers home what I've been thinking all morning. I just want to make this woman happy. With my new offer, Sophia and I kick our wedding plans into high gear. First, though, we take the promised detour to the bank. Sophia is visibly moved as she watches me write the check that will erase all her debt. She doesn't even wait to leave the bank before throwing her arms around my neck and pulling me into a tight hug. Feeling her body press against me sends electricity coursing through me. It's brief, but her embrace is full of emotion. Seriously, Jerome, thank you. I can't tell you how much this means to me. I can feel her breath on my ear as she speaks, and it's all I can do to stop myself from burying my head in her neck. Instead, I smile into her face as she pulls away. I think how lucky I am to be able to wipe away all her worries with the flick of a pen. From then on, she's in high spirits, and I can already tell this is going to be a good day. Honestly, I couldn't have asked for anything better. The rest of the day is spent running around finding everything we'll need for Sophia's dream wedding. We visit half a dozen different wedding planners, finally settling for one named Elizabeth. Every conversation brings us closer to achieving Sophia's vision. I have to hand it to her. For a short-notice wedding, she's incredibly decisive. Maybe she's one of those women who's been planning their wedding since they were 8. Or maybe it's her artist's eye. Whatever it is, I'm happy to be along for the ride, And it's through this process that I get to know her even better. And as much as I'm loath to admit it, this wedding planning gig is all right. She has an incredible sense of taste, unconventional but still very tasteful. I find out she likes triple chocolate cake, almond frosting, and buttercream flowers, but hates those little edible silver balls because they hurt her teeth. She likes classic lace dresses, but with a hint of ombre color at the hem to spice things up a bit and pay homage to her artistic roots. She can't stand calligraphic invitations because they're too snooty, and instead appreciates a modern font with botanical decals. I love listening to her talk, but what I love most is the look in her eyes as she makes these decisions. She's like a little girl, picking out her favorite flavor of ice cream, and for a moment it feels like this is all real. I'm happy to pretend it is, for however long the illusion lasts. At the end of a long day, armed with a folder brimming with paper samples, catalogs, and price sheets, we fall into my car, exhausted. We exchange smiles. That was fun, I offer. I hope she feels the same way. The sparkle in her eyes tells me she does. As the sky turns dark, I navigate back to Sophia's studio, hoping she'll invite me up for an end-of-day celebratory drink. When I turn to check on her, though, I see she's fast asleep, her head wedged in the gap between the seat and the window. I yawn at the sight of her. It's been a long day, and there's more of this to come. When I finally pull up outside her place, she's still sleeping soundly. With the engine off, I can hear the soft rise and fall of her breath, and for a moment, I watch her chest move in rhythm with the sound. I'm hesitant to wake her. I know eventually I'll have to, but for now, what I really want is to study her face. Could this be the face I get to wake up to each morning? I try not to get too carried away with the thought, but nevertheless, I want to get closer. As quietly as I can, I unbuckle my seatbelt and shift closer to her, trying to get the right angle to see her face in detail. I don't know what's come over me. Is this creepy? Am I one of those guys? But as long as she's asleep, there's no harm in this. I'm not going to do anything, I just want to etch her face into my memory. I lean in as close as I can, making sure no part of me is touching her body. I'd hate for her to wake up right now. Finally, I manage to get close enough that I can study her face in detail. That soft brown skin almost glows with a golden sheen, and I let my eyes wander, tracing the contours of her face. My gaze lands on her eyes, and I'm amazed how long her lashes are. Even when her eyes are closed, they're somehow stunning. She's full of surprises, this one. Suddenly, I see her eyelids flutter. I don't have time to move back. In a split second, those bright blue eyes are staring at me. What the hell are you doing? God. You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 16. Sophia. After all the bustle from today, the quiet drive home was enough to exhaust me. As my eyes slide closed, I start imagining just how everything would look put together, and I let my mind drift off with thoughts. I barely notice the slowing stop as the purr of the engine cuts off. I expect Jerome to try and wake me, but there is just silence. Suddenly, I hear the soft shift of fabric, and I can feel his eyes on me. With a small exhale, I keep pretending to be asleep. Why am I doing this? I think. He has to know I'm faking. I realize that in my extended sleep, I want to see what he will do next, although I can't see anything with my eyes closed. I pay close attention to the sounds of him moving, and after a moment, I can feel his breath on me. Internally, I am screaming, but I keep my breath steady. Seconds feel like hours, and he still isn't moving. His breath is cool and smells like the mint gum he was chewing earlier in the day. I can't take it anymore. I open my eyes quickly to be met with his green eyes looking startled down at me. "What the hell are you doing?" He backs away almost instantly. The look on his face is one of guilt and awkwardness. "I was just about to wake you. I was trying to figure out the best way to do it," he says, his cheeks reddening. As my eyebrows raise, he breaks eye contact to fiddle with his jacket's cuff. I almost feel bad for him, but did he really need to be that close? It occurs to me to wonder just how he was planning to wake me up that close, and I'm even more embarrassed. The silence is thick as my mind wanders, and I'm only snapped out of it by the sound of a quiet throat clear from beside me. "I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to startle you." His voice is sincere, and when I meet his eyes, he looks apologetic. "It's all right. I didn't mean to fall asleep. Today was just—" I pause to think of the right term. "Very busy," I conclude. It isn't a lie. We've practically run all over town getting everything sorted for the wedding. Jerome nods knowingly, and silence fills the car again. I look out the window for the first time since I woke up and see that we are back in front of my apartment building. Without delay, I grab my purse and say a quick goodbye, one hand on the car door handle. "I think I'm going to head in. I'll see you tomorrow," I say. He just nods in response. I am halfway out the door when I feel a warm hand grab my wrist. Turning my head, I see Jerome looking up at me, and I sink back down into the car seat. The car door is still open and the cool night air is sending chills up my side. Jerome lets go of my hand and turns fully back into his seat. Placing both hands on his lap, he barely mumbles out his words. "Good night." His gaze is set straight out into the empty street beside him. A small smile creeps up on me as I whisper back, "You too." I'm quick to hurry out of the car, closing the door behind me. We make eye contact as I hear the engine come back on, and I can feel his eyes on the back of me as I scurry to my door. Fumbling with my house keys in my purse, I unlock the door, closing it and panting. I suddenly feel out of breath. I don't know what came over me, but that final moment had set all my nerve endings on fire. Something about the way his jaw was clenched just slightly as he spoke. He looked taken off guard for the first time since we met, and I wasn't expecting such a raw side of him. My mind replays our final interaction over and over again, and every time I think about his voice saying goodbye, something tingles through my senses. My hand comes over my chest as I feel the rapid beating of my heart. A simple interaction with him has left my whole body reeling. I can't even figure out why. Putting my keys and bag down on the counter by my door, I rub my face in exasperation. Falling in love was not part of our agreement, and there is no room for it now. As I grab a glass from my cupboard, I fill it with water and sip it in front of my sink. Do I really have a schoolgirl's crush on him? I walk to my old orange sofa and put my glass down on the table beside it. The lights cast an incandescent glow in my living room, and the curtains allow the light of the moon and the street lamps in. Flopping down on the soft plush, I stare up at the ceiling and think about the last few days. Everything is happening so fast, and though I would do anything to save my gallery, this is all becoming overwhelming. I don't even notice my eyes are watering until I feel cool streaks down my face and tears pooling by my ears. I groan and wipe my face haphazardly, rolling over onto my side. With a lazy reach, I grab the remote and turn on the TV. A Hallmark romantic comedy is playing, and I just stare at the two lovers for a long moment before turning the TV back off. Looks like television isn't going to be a distraction tonight, I mumble to no one. Grabbing my phone from my back pocket, I put on some music, turning it way down. I gently toss my phone onto the table and reach under it for my sketchbook, thoughts still swimming with Jerome. As I open my book up to a blank page, I start to sketch aimlessly, taking breaks to look out my window at the night. Would telling him I have feelings change our transaction? I pause. My free hand comes up and absent-mindedly I start chewing on my nail. He must feel something towards me. Either that, or he's just been the perfect gentleman for no reason. I flinch as the overthinking causes me to bite my skin. As I pull my hand away from my face, I wipe it on my jeans, cursing the bad habit. Going back to my drawing, I notice all I have is a simple oval on an otherwise clear page. Curiously, I start drawing a head in the features, and before I know it, I'm staring down at a pretty good sketch of Jerome. I blink a few times before almost glaring at the drawing. Why did you have to hit me with a car and then help me get my gallery back? I ask the picture. Of course. He just stares back at me silently, with the same kind smile I see him with all the time. I think back to the first time I talked to him in the hospital. I thought I was a bad luck magnet, but now I'm starting to think maybe my life is just meant to be complicated. Closing the sketchbook, I put it back under my table with its pencil. I stand and adjust my clothes, feeling the adrenaline of earlier start to wear and show my tiredness again. With a yawn, I grab my now empty water glass and put it in the sink of my tiny kitchenette. I almost forget my phone is still playing music, and I go to grab it, turning it off. The apartment is silent, except for the occasional car passing by outside. Shutting my curtains, I walk into my room. I grab my favorite baggy shirt and throw it on the bed, changing into it and a pair of comfortable shorts. Turning my overhead light off, I crawl into my disheveled bed. I plug my phone in and set an alarm for the morning. When I close my eyes, my brain betrays me and thinks back to earlier today. He paid my debts without a second thought. He wants to have a wedding that I envision. My mind replays these facts until I roll over and bury my face in the pillow. He just wants it to be real enough for the public, I argue with myself. Then why did you catch him staring at you earlier? I open my eyes, feeling wide awake. Staring at the dark wall of my room, I can barely make out the hanging art from years ago I left there. It's only 6 months. To keep my dream alive, I just have to stick with it for 6 months. But what if you fall in love? My mind definitely has it out for me now. I don't have an answer. I speak muffled into my pillow for the world to hear me. I should have put no falling in love in the marriage contract. The thought makes me smile just because it's a silly thing to have to add. Hopefully, this crush will go away and these months can pass on peacefully. I know it's a pipe dream of a thought. But so was saving the gallery for a long time. And now it's becoming a blissful reality. The idea makes me giddy. I hope my parents would be proud of me. They put so much love and care into that gallery, I couldn't bear to part with it. I think Jerome understands that. He was very empathetic when you explained the history of the gallery. My eyes slide closed as my thoughts stop crashing against my skull. I finally settle down enough to pass out, but just before I do, I can't stop thinking about how nice Jerome's smile is.
Chapter 17. Jerome. It's still crisp out when Eric drives me to Sophia's place early the next day. Luckily, I'm used to early mornings. Sophia, on the other hand, still looks sleepy when she opens the door. I chuckle slightly as I greet her. "Good morning, sleepyhead." She smiles back, but an edge of attitude curls at her lips. "Hey, I'm up and dressed and ready to go. Anything more than that is asking too much." I put my hands up in mock surrender. All right, I'll make a note." I pretend to scribble on an imaginary notepad, grumpy in the mornings. She gives me a wry look, but it's playful. I like this. It feels comfortable, familiar. We have another big day ahead of us. Today's task is to find a venue, and with just a month until the big day, we've got our work cut out for us. I'm even getting a little nervous about this. There's only so much that money and status can get you. At some point, you start to rely on luck. Maybe Sophia picks up on my nerves because, just as I pull into traffic, she turns to me. "You don't always have to come with me, you know. To be honest, I feel a little guilty about planning this whole thing on your dime. We can just forget all the preparations and go to town hall or something." She's looking at me apologetically. Does she think I resent her for the cost of all this? "No, don't be silly. It's a wedding. We have to make it big. I don't mind coming with you. It's my wedding too, remember?" I smile at her, but she looks suddenly confused. Did I say something wrong? You're making it sound like it's a real wedding. I feel my heart sink a little bit. My whole body stiffens, and my hands grip the steering wheel a little tighter. I suddenly realize I'm getting carried away. Of course it's not a real wedding. I have to keep that in mind, or I'm just going to end up looking like a fool. I glance at Sophia again and see she's still looking quizzically at me. There's no way I'm going to tell her about my feelings for her. I'm not about to make things awkward. "Well, this is a real wedding in the eyes of the public." That seems to appease her, and my muscles relax. I have to be more careful, keep myself in check. "And what about your family? Will they know the truth?" I was wondering when this would come up. To be honest, I wasn't planning on inviting them. She shoots me a concerned look. "It's not as bad as it sounds. They're scattered all over the world, and they're the meddling type. It'll be easier for everyone if I just tell them after the fact." Sophia's about to say something when we pull up outside a little old church. This is the address she gave me, but I didn't know what the venue was before now. Her attention is immediately drawn to the building, a quaint semi-Gothic chapel with a sloping A-frame roof. She's gazing at it wistfully, and it takes a moment before she can tear herself away to look at me again. "This is where my parents got married." She smiles softly, a hint of sadness lingering in her eyes. I'm touched that she's brought me here. This seems like a very private place, and the fact she's sharing it with me feels like a show of trust, of intimacy. Inside, the large arched windows let in streams of filtered sunlight, accented here and there with stained glass panels. It's stunning, and I'm thrilled that Sophia wants to marry me here. Maybe there is more to this wedding than meets the eye. I try to shake the thought away, but the shadow of it lingers. As we walk through the silent sanctuary, I spot a lone figure in the front pew. Hearing our echoing steps, he turns to glimpse the new arrivals, and I realize he's a priest. It seems silly now that I think of it, but I hadn't really expected to see a priest here. My mind was on wedding venues, not holy vestibules. He starts walking towards us, a welcoming smile across his face. I feel a pang of guilt. We exchange pleasantries, and I expect Sophia to ask permission to use this place for the ceremony. Maybe she'll even want him to officiate. But beyond some polite small talk, she's as tight-lipped as I am. When the conversation finds its natural close, she doesn't try to prolong it. I have to admit, I'm a little disappointed. Is she having second thoughts about marrying me? As we walk out of the church, I turn to her. What happened? She looks guiltily at the floor before glancing up at me. I don't know. It doesn't feel right. This is a sacred place in more ways than one. I don't think we should have the wedding here. I'm crestfallen, but I try not to let it show. Instead, I nod empathetically. Sure, I understand. She seems to appreciate my tone because she walks ever so slightly closer to me. How about a garden wedding instead? Her lilting tone makes me want to give her whatever she desires. Whatever would make you happy. She gives me another look, somewhere between grateful and quizzical. Am I overdoing it? I hardly care. It's already difficult enough holding back how I feel about her. I'm happy to let things like this slip through. I call Elizabeth and she's excited by the idea of a garden wedding. She starts listing possible locations, but I stop her halfway through. She's just named Hickory Gardens. A huge smile breaks over my face. When I was a kid, my parents used to take me to open days at the gardens, and we'd spend hours getting lost in the hedge maze that spirals and crisscrosses through the sprawling land. I hope Sophia won't mind me adding my own personal touch to the wedding. I decide not to mention that part just yet, though. Better to let her see the place first. Elizabeth seems relieved when I tell her we want to see Hickory Gardens. You have no idea how lucky you are. This place is usually booked out for a solid year in advance, but a close friend of mine works in their reservations department. He told me just this morning that there's been a cancellation. If you can meet me there in half an hour, I can get you in. The place is even more luxurious than I remember. It's been at least 2 decades since I last visited this place, and I'm transported back to summer afternoons running through the opulent gardens. Elizabeth is already there by the time Eric drives us in. She's chatting animatedly with a dapper attendant in a cornflower blue suit. When she sees us, the man disappears with a knowing look in Elizabeth's direction. She greets us warmly and encourages us to explore. My friend is itching to fill this reservation, but I'll hold him off on releasing it until you've had a good look around. I try to read Sophia's face as we stroll through the patterned rose gardens and along shaded stone paths. I hope she loves this place as much as I do. The excitement is there, but her eyes still carry a hint of sadness. I realize it's not a garden wedding she wants. It's the little church. But if that place doesn't feel right to her, I won't push it. We'll make the best of the garden. It's not a real wedding after all. Do you want to see the maze? I ask. I can't quite bring myself to tell her of my childhood memories here, though. This wedding should be about her. I still just want her to be happy. The maze, it turns out, was a great suggestion. Race, you there? I hardly have time to answer. She's already off. I run after her, laughing. She's faster than I thought. I catch only the glimpse of her bouncing hair around countless hedgerow corners. When I eventually catch up, I wrap my arms around her, and we both slow down, laughing and out of breath. The sudden physical contact has shifted something, though, and I feel her retreat slightly. Sorry. No, it's okay, But she doesn't get the chance to finish. Rain starts pouring down from the sky, and we share a quick look before I gesture back in the direction we just came. The problem is, neither of us were paying attention to where we were going, and it's becoming quickly apparent that we're well and truly lost. It's coming down even more heavily now, but as we turn the next corner, we spot a small, squat gazebo. We've inadvertently found the center of the maze, and with it, shelter. Without having to say a word, we rush toward the gazebo. We're out of the rain, but it's already gotten the better of us. We're both soaking wet, and I notice Sophia is shivering. I'm not feeling too toasty myself, and there's only one way to keep warm right now. I open my coat, beckoning to Sophia. We might be here for a while, I reason. She gives an acquiescing nod of the head before folding herself into my coat. The warmth of her body, even through the layer of wet cloth, is immediately arresting. Almost involuntarily, I close my eyes. God, she feels so good. With my arms wrapped around her and her head on my shoulder, I feel every nerve in my body electrified. The rain is still falling, and as we huddle together, I find myself shifting closer and closer until our cheeks are almost touching. The moment her warm, wet skin touches mine, every one of those nerve endings explodes into ecstasy. Before I know it, my mouth has found hers, and despite the cold of the downpour, I feel as though I'm on fire.
Chapter 18. Sophia, my God, his lips are so soft. It all happened so fast. His eyes flicked down to my lips, our bodies pressed together for warmth. Then he kissed me. I feel his hand cup my cheek as he leans into me. His other hand is on my lower back, leading me a few steps back to the support beam. The cold, wet surface presses against my back and leaves a shiver up my body. Our lips never part for more than a breath. My hands find their way up to his neck, and he pulls me into him. He is hot. I can feel his skin on fire under his dress shirt. He kisses me slowly but deeply, like he doesn't want to rush the moment. My inexperienced lips follow suit, and I feel enveloped in him. His hand slips under my t-shirt and touches my lower back. The heat from his skin makes me sigh sweetly into his mouth. Before we can go any further, a distant voice calls out from the hedges. It's the manager. Then I hear the wedding coordinator's voice. With an almost indistinguishable groan, Jerome pulls away. He looks down at me, a torn look in his eyes. He clears his throat and steps back, fixing his suit jacket. I do the same, pulling my shirt down and staring at the ground. I hear two people talking, and the voices come to a crescendo as the two event planners round the corner. Enjoying the gazebo? It's a lovely piece for an outdoor reception, Elizabeth says, unknowing of the past few minutes. It's beautiful, like something out of a Thomas Kincaid, Jerome pipes up from beside me. I glance at him, surprised that he seems completely unfazed. He adjusts his cuffs as he talks and steps down from the platform to walk over to the two. I follow quietly, looking back at the gazebo one last time before turning the maze corner. From the back of the group, I bring my hand up to my face, ghosting a touch across my lips. I am consumed by the thoughts of what just happened. That kiss was magical. It felt like something out of a romantic movie. That's because you're in love with him, my brain pipes up. I can't even deny it. I think I am in love with him. Why else would it feel like the world disappeared under my feet when he kissed me? Less than 5 minutes pass before we are back inside. My mind is a jumble as the background noise of everyone talking goes in one ear and out another. Elizabeth and Jerome both looking at me snaps me out of my thought loop. They look like they just asked me a question, so I decide to fake an answer. I nod, tuning back into their conversation. I suppose everything is settled then? Jerome asks, and Elizabeth nods happily. Yep, everything will be finalized tomorrow, and we can start putting everything together in the next week. She is ecstatic, assumingly happy we found a venue we liked. A few final touches are talked about, such as catering and color scheme, and soon we are back in Eric's car. The silence is palpable as we sit. Every movement there is a wet sound of the fabric against the leather interior, and I internally groan at the noise. By the end of the car ride, I'm rigid as a pole, trying not to make any more noise. The rain refuses to let up. The sound of it creates a background ambiance, and the lack of conversation leaves the two of us to our thoughts. Jerome seems distracted. Every glance I make, he's staring out of his window, thoughts 1,000 miles away. When the car comes to a stop in front of my studio, it's the first time I speak up. Do you want to come in? I ask quietly, looking at Jerome. He is silent for a moment, but then nods. I would. I smile to myself and thank Eric for the drive. You're welcome, miss, he replies, and gets out of the car to open Jerome's door. He steps out of the car and thanks Eric as well. I climb out on his side and go through my purse for the keys. Quickly grabbing them, I walk over to the door hurriedly since it's still raining. Jerome follows me quietly, opening the door for me once it's unlocked and holding it. I walk inside, thanking him and setting my wet purse down. Taking off my shoes, I turn to look at the soaking wet man at my entranceway. I have some extra clothes for you to wear. I think they'll fit you. He takes his shoes off, and I walk to my room. Changing into a pair of cloth shorts and a black t-shirt, I then grab some of my father's old clothes, a pair of sweatpants, and a white tee. I also grab Jerome a towel, since I assume he'll need to dry off. Coming back downstairs, I see him still standing in the doorway, looking around at my paintings hung up. I hold the clothes out for him, and he takes them graciously. He heads into the bathroom, and I go into my fridge, looking for something to eat. My eyes graze past a Chinese takeout menu attached to my fridge, and I pull it off. When he walks back out, it takes everything in me not to show my attraction. He's toweling off his hair, and in plain sleep clothes, he manages to look more amazing than he does in suits. "Do you want to stay for dinner?" I ask, holding up the menu. Jerome walks over to me, taking it from my hands as I lean back on the counter. Skimming it with his eyes, he speaks for the first time in what feels like a long time. "Sure, I'll buy. Just tell me what you want." He flips the menu over, and I grab a pen and paper. I write down my usual order and hand the paper to him. He dials the number at the back of the pamphlet. "Hi, I'd like to make an order." I walk over to my living room area. I look down at my table, and my eyes widen as I grab my sketchbook and hide it under my couch. The last thing I need is for him to find the drawing I made. As he makes our Chinese food order, I clear space on the table and make myself busy. My mind races while I do so, thinking about the kiss and what this means for his feelings towards me. Once he hangs up, he slides his phone back into his pocket and walks over to the couch. It's undeniable the atmosphere has changed between us. We hardly say more than 2 sentences to each other before the food arrives. Both of us practically jump up to answer the door, and I let him. I grab plates and cutlery from my cupboard as he pays. I also grab 2 beers from the fridge, and he sets down the food at the table. Sitting back down, I give him a dark blue plate and a fork, and open his beer with my keychain. We divvy up the food and start eating in silence. Minutes feel like hours, until suddenly I can't take it anymore. I casually pick up the remote and turn on the TV. Hopefully, the background noise of a made-for-TV movie will lessen this awkward tension. Instead of seeing the familiar faces of TV actors, there's a breaking news segment on. Jerome looks up from his plate at the TV, and that's when I see it. My gallery manager, who had been embezzling funds from my work and causing me to go into debt, is in handcuffs. She's being led away by police officers into a car, and she's making a big riot about it. That's my manager," I gasp, putting my plate down on the table. "How did this happen?" Jerome stays quiet for a second, putting his own plate down before speaking up. "I thought you deserved justice, so I got my assistant to tell the manager and expose her for what she's done. She was involved in an illegal auction, so we made a call." Tears are streaming down my face by the end of his explanation. I instinctively throw my arms around him for a hug, thanking him through sobbing hiccups. He hugs me back tightly, telling me that everything's going to be okay and that I've been proven innocent now. After a minute, the emotions stop overflowing and I'm left feeling awkward again. Pulling away from him, I sit back on my side of the couch. He stays quiet, picking at an egg roll before we both try to speak at the same time. We make eye contact. He chuckles and I giggle. "You first," I say, wanting to know what he has to say. He shakes his head. "You go first." I try to argue, but the look in his eyes leaves no wiggle room. I concede and roll my eyes playfully, and I end up starting first. "About the kiss," he cuts me off before I can finish my thought. "I'm not sorry. Sophia, that kiss was amazing. I don't want to hear you say you didn't like it." He doesn't look me in the eyes. Instead, he's staring at my lips. I wonder if it will feel just as amazing the second time around. His dimples are poking through in his coy smile. I grin sheepishly. Looking at his face, I take a nervous inhale before biting my lip. "Kiss me."
Chapter 19. Jerome. "Kiss me," Sophia says, her eyes still watery from the news of her manager's arrest. I hesitate, my eyes glancing down at her lips. She looks at me wantingly, and I am in no place to deny her. Quickly, I move forward, and she follows suit. Our lips touch, and my hands pull her in closer by her waist. She puts her hands around my neck, moving to rub my shoulders as our kiss deepens. This kiss is slower than our first. Without the wild desire of the moment, I really have time to enjoy everything about her. She lets me lead the kiss, following submissively. Her one hand is hesitant, but slides down from my shoulders to my chest. Surprisingly, she is direct about what she wants from there. Her hand bunches up the front of my shirt, and she grips the white tee. She keeps a hand on my neck, slowly pulling me down as she moves to lay on the couch. She lets me take over, content to slide her hand back up from my chest and tangle in my hair. I bite her lower lip, tugging on it in a silent request for her to open her mouth. The small pants she makes as her mouth opens drive me crazy. I look down at her, admiring the glow in her cheeks and the rise and fall of her chest as she breathes heavily. Sophia looks up at me, her pupils blown out with an unfamiliar lust. She quickly averts her eyes, ducking her head into my neck. I chuckle quietly before speaking low, my voice raspy with desire. "Sophia, look at me." She slowly moves her head back up to look, and I take the opportunity to kiss her again. Pulling away, her lips follow me, wanting more. I grin, and she looks up at me with a pout.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylerWalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 20. Sophia. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylerWalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. He slowly climbs off me, moving away. I sit up on my elbows, watching him. He grabs a nearby box of tissue and takes to cleaning me up. The attention feels nice, if not slightly embarrassing. I lay back down and put my arm over my face, thoroughly exhausted. I feel his hands leave me, and I move my arm, looking over at him. I see Jerome begin crawling back onto the bed to me. He stops his head by my thighs. Glancing at me for a second, he winks devilishly and kisses my thighs. Slowly making his way up my body, he kisses me until he reaches my lips. Pressing a sweet kiss on them, he sighs and lays on the bed next to me. I roll over, propping my head up on my arm and looking down at him. With an extended arm, he pulls me into his side silently. With a yawn, I close my eyes before realizing the light is still on. With a tired grumble, I pull myself away from Jerome and lazily make my way to turn off the light. By the time I turn around, he is under the blanket and has left an open spot for me to crawl in next to him. Feeling like the luckiest girl in the world, I smile softly and make my way over, not bothering to put my shirt back on as I flop into the bed and quickly fall asleep wrapped up in him.
Chapter 21. Jerome. I feel like this is the level of intimacy that I've been waiting for my whole life. Don't get me wrong, I'm a man and I enjoy physical intimacy, but my experience with Sophia makes all my encounters pale in comparison. Physical intimacy was always a transaction to me, and thinking of it in that way allowed me to remain emotionally detached. In hindsight, I can acknowledge how unhealthy living with that type of mindset is, but it's all that I knew for 30 years. My only hope now is that Sophia shares the same sentiments. I can't help but feel special since I'm her first, and it makes me feel more protective over her. It honestly can't get any better than this. My attraction towards her continues to grow to levels that I never expected were possible. She has unlocked a new version of myself that feels more self-aware and accountable. Perhaps I'm just in the infatuation phase and shouldn't let myself get carried away, but the passion that we share is incomparable. There's no denying the fact that I had the best romp of my life last night. I wake up the next morning feeling like I'm still in a dream state. My arms are wrapped around Sophia's soft body, and her face is nestled at my collarbone. She sleeps so peacefully that I'll remain in this position until she wakes up on her own, despite me losing the feeling in my left arm. How did I get so lucky? I had convinced myself that falling in love just wasn't in the cards for me, but now I have an entirely new outlook. As cliché as it is, it really has come along when I least expected it. That's what this is, right? I've never been in love before, so it's natural for me to second-guess myself. My head lowers slowly to her face, then I kiss her forehead softly. I admire how long her eyelashes are, and how the bridge of her nose perfectly complements the rest of her facial features. I kiss her there gently, noticing how my heart softens the more I look at her. She releases a soft exhale, then the corners of her lips curl upward pleasantly. Either she's having a good dream or she's reacting to the way I'm expressing my admiration for her. If she is smiling because of the dream, I hope that it's about me. Am I greedy for thinking this way? The sound of her soft voice confirms that I have woken her. If you were trying not to get caught, you failed. I'm a very light sleeper. I want to confess to her how I just can't resist her, but it's all too soon. I need to discover if she has any feelings for me first before I overwhelm her with my own. It looks like I failed then. You were sleeping so peacefully. And she tilts her head up to my face. Her hypnotic blue eyes instantly capture me. Don't you need to get ready for work? My work can wait. I gently remove my left arm from beneath her, then give her a peck on her lips. Why don't you rest some more while I make breakfast? Her face lights up even more. Nobody has ever made me breakfast. The closest I ever came was you helping the other day. It seems like I'm experiencing first after first with you. As much as I've conditioned myself to hide my smile, I'm incapable of keeping to my old habit. I sit up in bed with a satisfied feeling. Sophia doesn't have to say much, but the words that she chooses are always just enough to motivate me. I never realized how much words of affirmation is my love language until now. Maybe it's because I want to do everything in my power to please her. Nobody else's opinions matter except hers. I'll make sure it's the best breakfast you ever tasted then. I rise to my feet with the energy equivalent to taking an espresso shot. This woman continues to make me feel ways I've never felt before. I'm becoming more convinced with each minute that this has to be love. Though the other day in her kitchen, I began getting acquainted with the layout, it still takes me a while to find everything. I rustle through her spice cabinet to find the ingredients I need, then I open the fridge to see what's available. She barely has anything in here. Is she working herself so much that she forgets to eat? Or maybe it's just more convenient for her to order in. I get that, because I often don't have time to cook either. I grab 4 eggs and a loaf of bread from the fridge, then search through the woven basket of vegetables on the counter. After taking out 2 avocados, I make my way over to the stove. I'll just make eggs and avocado toast. That shouldn't be too hard. After lighting the gas stove, I locate the skillet from a bottom drawer, then add vegetable oil into it. I stop what I'm doing and turn around when I hear footsteps approaching from behind me. Sophia observes me curiously from the dining room table, wearing nothing but my white t-shirt that fits her like a dress. Damn. I admire how toned her legs are and how her hips peek out from the bottom hem of the shirt. She looks so sexy that I instantly get hard from just the sight of her. Sophia smirks after glancing down at the blatantly obvious hard-on in my gray briefs. I'm not here to distract you. I just want to fully be immersed in the experience. It's a little too late for that. I can't get anything done with you dressed like that. I notice her chest and how her hardened peaks pierce through the cotton fabric, sending me into an inner frenzy. Oh! She seductively bites her bottom lip and twirls a large strand of her black hair with her left hand. I can do some art while you cook. How did this woman become a master succubus overnight? Every single thing that she does makes me feel like I'm under some sort of spell. No, don't go. I turn quickly to the pot as the sizzling of the oil intensifies. I enjoy your company. My hands reach for 2 of the eggs, then I crack them open into the skillet. I glance over my shoulder to confirm that she is still in the room. Do you have any projects that you're focusing on today? I don't know. She places the palms of her hands against the table and slightly sits on it. I have so many unfinished projects. That's how the creative process goes, isn't it? I season the eggs, then walk to her, lifting her fully onto the dark wooden table. I'm sorry. I couldn't resist anymore.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 22. Sophia. Sophia? Jerome asks, snapping me out of my trance. What? I'm sorry, I say apologetically. The wedding coordinator, Elizabeth, looks at me like I just ran over her dog. As I was saying, do you want chicken or fish? Or we can have both and the guests have to pick, she asks again. I turn to look at Jerome. What do you think? He shakes his head at me. No, ma'am. I told you I'm just along for the ride. Let me know what you want and we'll make it happen. A grin spreads across his face, and my heart flutters. I get lost in his gaze and forget that Elizabeth is awaiting my response. Sophia! She yells, and my head snaps back in her direction. It's a simple choice, and with your crunch time frame, I need you to make one. Chicken. I want it simple. She walks off to let her chef know what my choice is. She's being so helpful and knows what she's doing. But honestly, I couldn't care less about the food. The most important part of my special day is already done. I have the dress. I don't understand why she's acting like I can't make decisions now. While dress shopping this morning, I see my dream dress in my mind, and when the dress shop owner pulls out the one I see in my head, I can't believe it. I tell her it's perfect immediately, and she has me try it on to hem it up. It's a simple white dress with lace sleeves. The bottom of the dress is silky and falls to the floor. My entire back is open, but lace covers it elegantly. Standing in the mirror, I can tell it's my dream gown. Would you like to have lunch before we call it a day? Elizabeth asks. Sure, we'd love to, Jerome exclaims. His response surprises me. He's been here for everything all morning long. Okay, let me tell them we'd like a table. It'll be outside, you can head out there. We head out the door and stand by the building, waiting for our table. After a few short moments, Elizabeth and a server walk out carrying menus. We walk to a cute corner table with an umbrella. "Hi, I'm Audrey, and I'll be your server today. Can I get you started with some drinks?" she asks as soon as we sit down. We all agree on water, and she walks away to grab them. We pick up our menus and read through them for a moment before quickly deciding. "Why couldn't you have picked your wedding meal that fast?" Elizabeth teases. We all laugh and put out menus on the edge of the table. Audrey arrives with our waters and sees the menus on the table's edge. "Wow, decisions made already? What can I get for you?" Elizabeth and I go for the turkey club sandwich meal, and Jerome goes for the ham. "Perfect, I'll have those right out." Elizabeth asks if I've been thinking about centerpieces. She already reminded me about that yesterday. I completely forgot. I don't want to feel like I'm slacking, so I lie and tell her I have a few ideas I'm still deciding between. "Perfect," she says. "I'll need your choice by the end of the week, so that the florist has enough time to get it done." Audrey sets our plates in front of us, and we tell her thank you as she nods and hands us napkins. As we all start digging in, I keep eyeing Jerome. I can't believe he's hung out all day with me. I feel so special that he cares enough to be here for all the details. When we finish, Elizabeth lets us know we'll hear from her about the wedding cake soon, and she leaves. Jerome walks us back to the car and opens my door for me. On the way home, Jerome is quiet. "I'm going to pick you up tonight," he finally says, breaking the silence. I look over at him in surprise. "Really?" "Yes. I want you to meet my friends, and one of them is having a private party tonight." He grins confidently. "Okay, if you want me to. I'd love to meet them." The rest of the way home, my nervousness grows. Finally, he pulls the car into park. As I'm getting ready to shut the door, he tells me he'll pick me up at 7 p.m. I agree and walk inside. As soon as the door shuts behind me, I feel my heart beating out of my chest. It feels like I might hyperventilate. Why am I so damn nervous? He isn't going to care how this goes. It's not real. He's only introducing us to make it seem real, right? I have 5 hours until he returns, so I pull out my phone and start Googling centerpiece ideas. I know I don't want some extravagant thing that will cost a fortune. There's no reason it has to be anything super special. It's just a thing that sits on the table until the end of the night. So, there's no reason to waste my time being picky. Searching for simple ideas, surprisingly, brings up many pictures. I click on the first one I find that isn't terrible and screenshot it. I send Elizabeth a picture saying, "I've made a decision. Tell them I want something simple like this." I press send, feeling confident that she'll be happy with me. I turn on the TV and scroll until I find a movie. It plays in the background as I scroll through my social media, trying to distract myself. When the movie ends, I decide it's time to shower and get ready. It's better to be done early than for him to show up and have to wait on me. The hot water calms my nerves, making me feel much better. As I'm washing my hair, I'm thinking of conversations in my head to have with his friends. I have to talk myself through how to say hello and topics in case I run out of things to say. When I finish my shower, I shut off the water and grab the towel to dry off. I'm thinking about what I want to wear as I blow dry my hair. I pull out the hair straightener and apply some mascara as it's heating up. I don't usually do makeup either. I don't even own much, but I know tonight is a big deal and I want to impress them. When I'm done with my light makeup, the straightener is ready. I run it through my hair, smoothing everything out. When I finish and spray it, I notice it isn't too bad of a job. I go to my closet and try to find something a little nicer to wear. I dig out a nice blouse from the back, one I've been saving for an emergency. I guess tonight's it. The blouse is teal with white lace on the shoulders, and when I look in the mirror, I notice it brings out my eyes. I slide on my nicest pair of jeans and my black boots. I hear a knock at the door as I tie the last knot. I run and open it for Jerome. "Hey, beautiful, are you ready to go?" he asks. I watch his eyes trail me up and down. "Yes, of course, let's go," I say, shutting the door behind me. He helps me in the car, and we head down the road. Are you okay? He asks when I'm quiet. I'm just a little nervous, I say, biting my fingernails. Don't be. They're super nice. And trust me, they will love you. After a few minutes, Jerome pulls into the parking lot in front of a beautiful white home. The large pillars out front give it an even classier look. Jerome parks and walks around to open my door. He grabs my hand as we walk to the door. Inside, he introduces me to the homeowner, his good friend Garrett. Garrett greets me and walks me over to the little group of men in the corner of the room. One by one, they introduce themselves, but I'm too nervous to catch any of their names. They all agree on how nice it is to meet me and how exciting it is for Jerome to bring someone around. I laugh with them as they tease Jerome, but how small of a friend group he has surprises me. Suddenly, Jerome jumps in head first and invites them all to the wedding. Shock spreads across all of their faces, and all Jerome does is laugh at their silence. Come on, guys, I know it's soon, but she's finally arrived in my life. Why wait? He says, reaching for my hand again. You seem happier, Garrett says, and the whole group nods in agreement. The men are standing in front of a table with a tub of ice full of beer. Jerome pushes them aside and grabs us both a drink. He leans close to my ear. I have a surprise for you later. A huge smile spreads across my face, and I feel my cheeks actually stretch from the force of it. The excitement and happiness start taking over until a group of women enters. A Japanese woman spots Jerome and immediately dances over to us. Her hand wraps around his waist, and she starts flirting as soon as she's close enough. Jerome tries to get away from her and politely declines and introduces me. He tells me her name is Aiko, but she leaves as soon as she hears why I'm with him. It pleases me when she walks away, until I see her glaring at me from across the room. Suddenly, a weird feeling consumes me. I can't help but wonder. Can it be jealousy? I'm silent as Jerome and his friends laugh and joke amongst themselves until Jerome spots me not playing along with them. Are you okay? He asks. I'm going to go use the powder room. Can you point me in the right direction? He gestures down the hall, and I walk away. I want to get away for a moment and calm down, but suddenly the door opens, and in walks the Japanese woman from before. I hear a click as she locks the door behind her. Excuse me, what are you doing? I ask as panic sets in.
Chapter 24. Jerome. I'm sure my friends are amazed by how much I'm smiling tonight. I've always been known as the strong and silent type. I often think about how it's a miracle that I even have the select few friends that I do have, because I'm not the approachable type at all. My business persona is very strict and straightforward, so it doesn't surprise me how that transfers over into my personal relationships. Garrett stands to my right, lightly bopping to the music with his drink in his hand. You've stopped drinking. I thought we were celebrating tonight. I watch the clusters of people that are dancing passionately in the center of the room, feeling like a piece of me is missing since Sophia has left my side. It's a big night for me. I don't want to let liquor affect the outcome. He nods after taking a large sip of his drink. You have always been the responsible one, so how are you feeling about it? Nervous to be getting married? I'm feeling good about it, actually. It just feels right. I relax my shoulders and place my hands in the pockets of my trousers. Wow. I've never seen you this crazy for a girl. She must really be something. Garrett chuckles, then finishes off the rest of the liquid from his disposable cup. I release a chuckle. It really is true that the right person will bring out the best in you. Don't you feel that way with Adrian? You two have been dating for almost a year. Well, he releases a deep sigh, then proceeds to answer my question. I don't mean to sound pessimistic, but we left the honeymoon stage a long time ago. There are days when I can envision her as my life partner, and then there are those days when I miss being a bachelor. A pair of women attempt to get my attention as they hold my gaze while dancing, but I ignore them entirely. No relationship is perfect. I may be more optimistic these days, but I definitely don't think that you're being a pessimist. You have both of your eyes open and you're constantly assessing the value the relationship has. Now that sounds more like you. Garrett smirks as he pats me on the side of my shoulder. Come with me as I refill my drink. I don't want to leave you unattended and these women snatch you up like a hawk seizing its prey. You're doing me a solid, Garrett. You know I'd rather not have to interact with these women, even if I were still on the market. I follow him into the kitchen and watch him as he puts more ice and vodka into his cup. Where's Adrienne anyway? She disappeared long before Sophia went to the bathroom. Garrett places the top back on the top of the bottle of vodka. I have no idea. The girl's a free spirit. I quite like it that way. We can do our own thing in environments like this. He places his arm around my shoulders, leading me back out to the main room. Enjoy this lovey-dovey phase while you still can. I glance at my watch, feeling concerned that Sophia has been in the bathroom for over 10 minutes now. What's taking her so long? Is she feeling overwhelmed by this environment? It would break my heart if she's in there crying. My feet take quick strides in the direction of the bathrooms, causing me to bump into several people along the way. When I make it to the corridor, Adrienne runs into me, spilling some of her drink onto my shirt. Damn, I'm so sorry. She looks up at me with an anxious expression. Oh, Jerome, I was actually on my way to find you. Why? Is something wrong with Sophia? The stress in my voice is evident as I urgently inquire about her well-being. I think so. There's a woman calling out for help from the women's restroom, and it sounds like Sophia. The door is locked, so I left to get help. Adrienne explains as quickly as she can, since there may be no time to waste. I brush past her, then immediately rush to the door labeled ladies. Sophia. Sophia. My left hand bangs against the door forcefully. When I don't get a response, I crash my shoulder into the locked door twice with no luck. A crowd starts to form, and the people whisper amongst themselves as they try to dissect what is happening. I yell to a few people that I need a key, but it takes too long to get a response, and I'm frantic. Before one can be produced, I've already kicked the door off its hinges. The scene that I see in front of me makes me feel enraged, and it takes everything in me not to assault my ex-girlfriend. Aiko drags an unresponsive Sophia against the tiled floor by her dark hair, with a demonic expression on her face. I enter the room and confront her with a loud, authoritative tone. What the hell are you doing? She jumps from shock, releasing her grasp on Sophia, as if my yelling has snapped her out of her trance. I rush over to Sophia, kneeling onto the floor and placing the back of her head onto my lap. Oh my God. All the breath leaves my body as I touch her bruised, bloodied face, panicking from the thought of her being beaten into a coma. Somebody call 911. A few male onlookers grab Aiko from the floor, dragging her away as she strongly resists. Her eyes pierce through me as she is being pulled away from the scene of the crime. Now do you see, Jerome? Do you see how much I love you? That woman will never replace me. I avoid her gaze, focusing all my attention on Sophia as I place the right side of my face at her mouth. She's not breathing. My hands tremble as I lift her limp body, carrying her to the crowd that still watches me curiously. Is anyone here a doctor? I am. The ambulance should be here soon. A woman comes forward, keeping her focus on Sophia as she speaks. Place her on the ground so I can perform CPR. Please help her. I follow the woman's orders, praying that she can get Sophia breathing again while we wait for the paramedics. I kneel on the carpeted floor close by, watching the whole process as a nervous wreck. God, I've never asked you for anything before. I know I'm not the most religious man, but please don't take this woman from me. She's the greatest thing that has ever happened to me. If you let her stay here with me, I promise to always take care of her. I'll never allow harm to come to her like this again. Please, God, this is all I ask of you. Sophia starts coughing after the woman has administered several rounds of CPR, but her eyes remain closed and she appears extremely weak. I place my hands at the top of my head, my breathing slightly more regular. Oh my God, thank you. EMTs, let us through! Several men in uniform make their way through the crowd with a stretcher, then gently transfer Sophia onto it. I follow closely behind them, making sure that she can hear my voice as she regains consciousness. "Sophia, I'm here. Please stay with me." I hop into the back of the ambulance, keeping my hands in a praying position against my lips as I watch the two paramedics. One places an oxygen mask over her face and the other takes her blood pressure. "Is she going to be okay?" The first one turns to me after regaining his balance when the ambulance makes a sharp left turn. "She will be fine. It really helped that the doctor administered CPR before we got there." "Yes. We're really lucky that she was there." I exhale deeply, lowering my hands to the seat to keep my momentum as the ambulance speeds down the roads. The second EMT takes a seat across from me on the other side of the van, then makes a gesture from me to Sophia. "Feel free to sit closer to her now. We're almost at the hospital." I scoot down to the right, sitting closer to the first paramedic as I grab Sophia's left hand and hold it thoughtfully in mine. I'm on the verge of tears, but I hold myself together to be strong for her. This was supposed to be a special night for us with my confession of love for her, and it ended up like this because my past came back to haunt me. If I never would have dated Aiko, this wouldn't have happened. I'm such an idiot. Sophia didn't deserve this. We pull up to the ER and the paramedics instruct me to exit the back of the ambulance first so that they can pull the stretcher out. I watch helplessly as they transfer Sophia out of the van and then onto another stretcher that the hospital nurses provide. The two nurses engage in conversation as they push Sophia on the stretcher into the building. I stay by her bedside as the nurses leave to get the doctor, reaching for her hand as I kiss her wounded forehead, then whisper near her left ear, "Please forgive me." Chapter 25. Jerome. I stand over her as she continues to sleep in her hospital bed. The beeping sound of the heart rate machine is the only comfort that I have as I miss seeing her smile and hearing her melodic voice speak to me. My left hand gently moves a strand of hair out of her face. She usually wakes up when I do this because she's a light sleeper. I would give anything to see those crystal blue eyes look up at me right now. She's still so beautiful despite the bruises on her face, and the buttery caramel color has started to return to her face. Dr. Austin gives me a respectful nod after entering the room, then gestures for me to come outside of the hospital room after checking Sophia's vitals, an IV drip. He lightly closes the door behind us, then writes something down onto his clipboard. I wait impatiently for him to finish, but it seems like the note that he jots down is taking an eternity. Finally, I can't take it anymore, and I break the silence. "Doctor, is it normal for her to still be sleeping like this?" He looks up at me through his black-framed glasses, offering me a reassuring smile. "She will be just fine. It's normal for the spouse of the patient to be overly concerned because they're not immediately responsive. She just needs her rest." I exhale deeply, taking in his words to calm my nerves. Spouse? There's something about that word that makes me feel hopeful. I may have missed my first opportunity to confess to Sophia, but there won't be a second missed opportunity. This unfortunate circumstance has made me realize how much I really can't afford to lose her. She's the most valuable piece of my puzzle, and I'll do everything in my power to keep her safe from now on. "Thank you, Doctor." I watch him as he walks to the end of the corridor just as Gordon turns the corner in his wheelchair. I raise my hand to acknowledge him as the sound of the turning wheels against the ivory laminate floors increases in sound. He's going to lose all his trust in me when he finds out that I'm the reason why Sophia has suffered. My head lowers at the thought, and I'm incapable of holding his gaze as he stops directly in front of me. "I hear that you've had a rough night in mourning." Gordon pauses, then continues to inquire about her once I haven't given him a response. "How's she doing?" My foot lightly taps against the floor several times before I gather the courage to look at him. "How about we get some fresh air and chat?" God. He examines my face now that he can get a good look at it. "You look like hell, Jerome. I'm guessing that you didn't get any sleep at all last night." I find it challenging to form my words, so I give him a declining movement with my head instead. Gordon sighs deeply, instantly empathizing with me as he turns his wheelchair around in the direction he came from. It seems like you could use the vitamin D more than I could. Give your arms a break, Gordon. I'll push you out there. I move forward to the chair, taking each handle into one of my hands. Well, I'm not going to argue with you there. Moving this wheelchair around this massive place has given me more upper body strength than I probably had in my youth. I carefully push him to the end of the hall, then turn left towards the main lobby. As exhausted as I am, it feels like I really need to have this interaction with Gordon. Even though we haven't been acquainted for long, I know that he will have some words of wisdom to offer me. When we reach the double doors that lead to the first-floor garden, I use all of my strength to turn the wheelchair backwards, then push the doors open with my back. One of the nurses rushes over to the right side door, then holds it open as she looks down at Gordon. "Good morning, Mr. Gordon. I didn't know you were expecting company." "Neither did I," he responds with a charming smile. "It must be my lucky day." I push the wheelchair to an empty trail in the center of the garden covered by lush bushes and marigolds. My foot kicks down the brakes of his chair once I have it in front of a bench slightly turned at an angle. I subconsciously release a heavy sigh as I lower myself into the bench in front of him. It should be a crime for me to feel so horrible on such a beautiful day. Gordon leans forward in his chair, placing his arms over his legs and letting his hands hang down over his knees. It's normal for a man to feel that way when the woman he hoped to protect is in danger. Tell me what happened. I wipe the sweat on the palms of my hands onto my dark trousers before responding. It's all my fault. My ex-girlfriend was at a party that my friend hosted last night. She was jealous of Sophia and followed her into the woman's bathroom without my knowledge. When I finally arrived, it was too late. She'd already beaten Sophia into an unconscious state. He nods slowly as he follows the story attentively. Sounds to me like a matter of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. It's not like you sent your ex-girlfriend there to cause harm to Sophia. You really shouldn't beat yourself up like this. Ultimately, I'm still responsible. I know what Aiko is capable of, and I still gave her the window to be alone with her. I was negligent, and if Sophia decides to never forgive me, she has every right. I can feel the lump expanding in my throat, but I do my best to ignore that it exists. Gordon doesn't speak, which adds to the building tension. When my eyes finally meet his, he gives me a suspecting look with a smirk. You've fallen in love with her. I'm at an utter loss for words, but I don't deny how he has accurately assessed the situation. He smiles wider than I've ever seen him smile. I was hoping that this would happen. Sophia reminds me of my late Dana, and the more time I spend with you, the more I see myself in you. I look away briefly and clear my throat, hoping that he hasn't noticed how I'm holding back my emotions. I appreciate the compliment, Gordon, but I'm sure you did a way better job of protecting your woman. He leans forward, placing his right hand on my left shoulder. You're not God. You can't be everywhere, and it would be unrealistic to think that you can control every situation. His hand pats my shoulder once before he pulls back, fully returning to his wheelchair. Things like this bring us closer, trust me. We are interrupted by the sound of low heels clacking against the concrete. The same nurse from before approaches us, smiling at me first, then walking around the wheelchair to acknowledge Gordon. I'm sorry to cut your social time short, Mr. Orlando, but the doctor insists that you get your rest. Well, doctor's orders. He waves at me as the nurse unlocks his wheelchair, then turns him to face the building. Keep your chin up, kid. I stand up slowly, watching them enter the hospital until they are no longer in my range of sight. A small smile forms onto my face as I remember Sophia out here. It feels like ages ago when I first met her. I stand there in the middle of the garden with my eyes closed and lean my head back. The brightness of the sun still penetrates the back of my eyelids, and I can feel its warmth as I take several long inhales and exhales. I return to Sophia's bedside, holding her left hand in both of my hands as I sit in the uncomfortable chair close to her. My forehead rests against the corner of her bed when her soft voice wakes me out of my sleep an hour later. Jerome? At first, I think I'm just imagining it, but when I raise my head from the bed, I can see her stunning eyes watching me curiously. Oh, thank God. I stand abruptly from the chair, causing it to squeak against the ground as it moves backwards. My left hand still holds hers as my right hand softly caresses her face. Her voice is slightly raspy as she recollects her memories. The last thing I remember is that unhinged woman claiming that you were her property. She did a number on me with her fists. I can already feel my emotions getting the better of me as I take accountability for everything. I should have never left you alone with her. She has a history of violence, but she won't put her hands on you ever again, because she's in prison now. Sophia winces as she sits herself up in the hospital bed, weakly forcing a smile. It's good that she's in prison. That's where she should be. My vision starts to become blurry as I look away from her. Do you blame me? What? No. Why would I blame you? The tears that I'm no longer able to hold back roll down my face. It was supposed to be a special night. I planned to confess my love for you at midnight during the fireworks show. I become more nervous due to the lack of a response. When I finally build up the courage to look at her, she observes me with an amorous expression. She releases her hand from my grasp, then uses it to wipe the tears from my cheeks and chin. My love for you is real, Sophia. I hold her gaze with conviction. Please give me a chance. I thought you'd never ask. Her lips form a healthy smile, and her eyes sparkle. I've fallen in love with you too. My heart beats out of my chest as I sit on the edge of the bed next to her, cupping her face with both of my hands. Sophia leans her body into mine, and our lips meet passionately. Her hands hold my biceps, and they clench tighter as our making out intensifies. We breathe into each other sensually, making up for the time we lost together, as if we have been deprived of oxygen.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me, and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyler does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to tylerwalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself, because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 26. Sophia. I can't believe it. Today's the day. I have been waiting for years to find my one true love. Our story might not be like the ones in fairy tales, but I'm madly in love with Jerome. Gordon is sitting in the other room waiting for me. It feels so good to have him here supporting me. I'm happy that we have fallen in love and are getting married for real. The only thing that could make today better is if the wedding was at the chapel. But it's not essential. I'm marrying the love of my life, and I can't wait. When I finish the final touches on my look, I walk down to the living room to find Gordon. "Oh, you look beautiful," he says as I walk down the stairs. "Thank you. I don't think I've ever been this dressed up in my life." I laugh. He takes me by the arm and walks me outside to the car. Eric is waiting for us in the car out front. He opens my door when he sees us come out and helps me inside. My heart races as I buckle my seatbelt, and Eric shuts the door. I'm full of excitement and nerves at the same time. When they're both in, he heads toward our wedding spot. Gordon chats with me as we drive, asking me all sorts of questions. 20 minutes go by, and there isn't a single moment of silence. He brings up the weather next. When he comments on the beautiful day, it makes me look outside, and as soon as I do, I notice we're driving the wrong way. Eric, we're going the wrong way, I say, starting to worry. I'm running a little late as it is. We don't have time for this. I see him look at me in his rear view and smile. Just sit back and relax, he says. I don't understand what's happening, but he's obviously not going to tell me, so I do as he says. I lean back in the seat, taking deep breaths and trying not to worry. I keep looking out the window, wondering what's happening. Finally, I notice a familiar route. No way. This can't be happening. I slide to the edge of my seat, and my heart races even quicker as I get butterflies. There's no way. I'm holding back tears as the car stops. Eric opens my door, and I step out onto the pavement in front of the chapel. I'm in shock and still trying to hold back tears when Elizabeth runs down the stairs to greet me. Hi, Sophia. You look amazing, but we are running behind, so please, everyone, let's go, she says, pulling me along with her. When we get inside, she orders everyone into their places and gets ready to start. I glance around the chapel, and I'm in awe at the beauty of it all. They must have been planning this for a while because everything is perfectly together. Are you ready? Elizabeth asks. So ready. Let's go get me hitched. I laugh. She smiles and nods as she hands me my bouquet and pushes me to my place. Gordon walks up to me and grabs my arm. Tears well up in my eyes again as I hear him whisper, I'm so proud of you. Thank you so much for being here. It means a lot to me that you do this. A girl's wedding day is special, and her father walking her down the aisle is one of the most essential parts. It saddens me to know that my father isn't here to do it, but I'm honored that Gordon's here. I'm proud to have him give me away. He squeezes my arm as the music starts to play. The doors open, and Elizabeth gestures for us to start walking. Our steps line up with the music perfectly, and we step onto the rose petals. I look up the aisle and see Jerome standing with his hands in front. He looks so handsome. A huge smile spreads across his face when he sees me emerge from the hall. I can't help but smile back. He's everything I want and more. Once we're at the end of the aisle, Jerome steps toward me, and Gordon places my hand in his. I have never been this happy and didn't know it was possible to feel this way. I know you'll take great care of her, Gordon says, walking to his seat. Jerome meets my eyes, and my heart melts. Everything is perfect. We continue staring into each other's eyes as the priest begins the ceremony. We are gathered in this beautiful place today to witness the joining of two lives. This is the marriage celebration of two people who are special to you. These two people have chosen this special time and place to marry each other. The decision to marry is not entered into lightly, but rather is undertaken with great consideration and respect for both the other person and oneself. You, as friends and family, are able to celebrate with Jerome and Sophia in the making of this important commitment. As he speaks, my heart is so whole. Jerome's smile takes my breath away, and he keeps glancing at my dress. The heart of marriage is the taking of another person in that person's entirety, with the good times and the bad times. The sad moments, the happy ones, and the taking of that person as a friend and companion for life. It's not something that just happens. A good marriage is created. Do not take one another for granted. Do not look for perfection in your partner. And most importantly, create an atmosphere where each of you can grow. While the essence of marriage is love, and love is one of the highest experiences that we as human beings can share, love adds meaning to our lives. One of the greatest things we can do is to love another human being as a husband and wife. Love each other. The priest turns the page of his reading and continues. Marriage symbolizes the sharing of two lives. Yet this closeness will not diminish the character or being of either individual partner. Time and togetherness will give each of you a deep knowledge of each other. Today's marriage ceremony signifies the beginning of a lifetime of wonderful human experiences, to be shared as a husband and wife. Now please face each other and hold hands. Now we celebrate Jerome and Sophia's love for each other as their family and friends. You give social recognition to their intention to permanently accept the other by reciting the marriage vows. Jerome, do you take this woman to be your wedded wife? Jerome squeezes my hand. I do, he says with a smile. Will you love her, honor, and keep her, in sickness and health, forsaking all others, and keep yourself unto her as long as you both shall live? I will. He directs his questions to me, and my heart is pounding out of my chest. When we both agree, he gestures for the rings. Jerome has them in his pocket and pulls them out. I take his ring and hold it while he has mine. As a token of your vows, let you exchange a symbol of love. These rings from this time forward will be a symbol of your love. Let these unending circles signify to all that your commitment is deep and your love is true. He looks at Jerome first. Jerome, repeat after me, in token of the vows made between us. With this ring I pledge to you my love and my life. Jerome faces me again. Sophia, in token of the vows made between us with this ring, I pledge to you my love and my life. He places the ring on my finger and kisses the top of my hand. There is no better feeling in the world. The priest turns toward me. Sophia, repeat after me. In token of the vows made between us with this ring, I pledge to you my love and my life. Jerome, I smile. In token of the vows made between us, with this ring, I pledge to you my love and my life. As the words leave my lips and I slide the ring on his finger, a sudden wave of emotions washes over me and a tear rolls down my cheek. This time, I let it fall. I bask in the feelings as part of the experience. The priest begins again. Now that you both have vowed to be loyal and loving to each other, may you keep these vows which you have made here today. May you comfort and console each other during times of trouble and help each other as husband and wife. May you encourage each other in whatever you set out to achieve, and most importantly, may you continue to love one another forever. Jerome and Sophia have formalized their vows and the bond between them in your presence and mine. Therefore, by the powers vested in me, I pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride. We stare at each other for a moment until Jerome leaps for me. We touch.
Chapter 27. Jerome. I know I said the wedding would be in Sophia's hands, but I couldn't help adding my own contributions. I just didn't tell her that. The look on her face at the altar made me certain the surprise was the right call, though. After the ceremony and the wedding photos, we climb into the limo together. Sophia looks gorgeous, and I can hardly take my eyes off her as we drive towards the reception. There's a glow in her cheeks that can't be explained by her makeup. It's as if the sun itself has set up residence in her skin. I think for the 100th time that day how lucky I am to be with her. I can't believe she stumbled into my life, and now we're married. Getting to know her over the last month has been the most life-changing experience, and the wedding couldn't have been more perfect. And now, on the way to the reception, I plan to show her a little bit more of me. Even though I changed the location of the ceremony, it was important to me to keep the reception in a place that was part of my story. The chapel was so meaningful, and I want to share myself with Sophia, the way she shared herself with me. I don't have a chapel, but I do still have the garden. The fact that it was the location of our first kiss makes it even more special. Our stories are intertwining. My heart leaps at the thought. As we pull up, I study the look on Sophia's face. The Hickory Gardens banquet hall looms into view. The sun has just set, leaving the sky a dusty lilac, and the fading light glints off the palatial venue's gilded detailing. I know she's never seen it at night, and in this light, it's even more arresting than during the day. Her expression convinces me I made another good call, and a huge smile spreads across my face. I never thought I'd derive so much joy from making another person happy. I want to tell her what this place means to me. But first, I want her to enjoy this day. Inside, everyone is already waiting, and they erupt with applause as we enter the hall. I feel hands patting me on the back and touching my sleeve with affection. But the only hand that really matters is the one I'm holding. Sophia catches my eye as we make our way through the crowd and towards the wedding table, and there's a spark there that can only be described as adoration. I give her hand a squeeze, and she squeezes back. I still can't believe this woman is my wife. The night passes in a blur of laughter and tears, but certain moments I know will stay with me forever. Wrapping my hand around Sophia's as we cut the cake, laughing with incredulity. One soft hand on my cheek just moments before the other squashes cake into my mouth. The momentary flick of her tongue on my thumb as I return the favor, and the simmering tension that passes between us when she does. Gordon's speech, which has the whole room in tears, and the overwhelming gratitude that rises in my chest when I think that he brought us together. Sophia, Jerome, he begins, tears already moistening his eyes. I can't adequately express how thrilled I am to see the love that has blossomed between you. He pauses, gathering himself. You know my own history with romance. I've felt both the elation of deep love and the everlasting pain of tragic loss more than once. At times, I felt my grief overwhelm me to the point that I've asked myself, was it worth it? Does the joy of love outweigh the pain of loss? Gordon clears his throat and then continues. Those were the questions that drew me into solitude. I couldn't bear the weight of my pain, and so I hid from the world, hid from the possibility of ever feeling that love again, and thus feeling the pain that accompanies it. He looks over at us, his expression poignant. But you two have reminded me why love is necessary. Love is not a weight that should be balanced against pain. Love is a lightness that lifts you above your pain, even when you're buried by it. Be that lightness to each other. Do not hide from love. I'm completely overwhelmed by his words, and all the love I have for Sophia fills my heart until it's all I can feel. As Gordon finishes his speech, I can hardly see him through my tears. With a full heart, I turn to Sophia and find she's crying just as much as I am. I blink away my tears and gently brush hers from her cheeks. We're smiling through our tears as the string quartet draws its first notes. I offer my hand and she places her in mine. My heart is almost bursting as we make our way to the dance floor for our first dance. My hands wrap around her waist, and I'm reminded of that afternoon in the gazebo when she first pressed her body against mine. The scent of the thunderstorm fills my nostrils for a split second before it's replaced by Sophia's perfume. God, I could breathe this in forever. We move slowly against each other, and I whisper to her, "You make me so happy." Even in the dim mood lighting, I can see her smile. You make me happy too. I want that dance to last forever, but when it comes to an end, I'm happy to see Gordon stepping forward from the crowd. As much as I want to hold on to Sophia all night, I'm happy to let him cut in. He's the reason for all of this, after all. When Sophia sees him, she breaks into a huge smile and gives him a warm embrace. Watching them share a father-daughter dance is nourishing. It makes me think of my own parents. This is the first time in my life I can really understand them. Their love was always strong, so strong that I resented it. It's only now that I understand how lucky they are. I find my mom in the crowd and hold out my hand. As she takes it, her eyes light up, and my dad, who's beside her, wraps his arm around my shoulder. Congratulations, my boy. He has a shimmer in his eye, and I'm touched to see him so emotional. Maybe he can see I'm finally happy. After a couple more dances, Sophia and I find our way back to each other. We greet each other with a passionate kiss, and even though I'm enjoying the reception, there's something I want to do with Sophia alone. We sneak away from the crowd, leaving them to the music, which has since been taken over by a DJ. Outside, the air is chilly. I drape my jacket over Sophia's shoulders as we leave the glow of the banquet hall behind. In the garden, all is quiet, but for the sound of cicadas. Not far off, the entrance to the maze looms, its shadows reminding me of memories past. Now's the time to tell her. My fingers find hers in the dark, and I turn her to face me, holding both her hands. Sophia, this is the happiest day of my life. I didn't think this would ever happen to me. Neither did I, she responds, and I make out the soft curve of a smile, even in the dark. I don't just mean this marriage. I mean never finding anyone at all. Until I met you, I didn't even think I was capable of love, and I didn't have much interest in finding out. I sense the warmth of her body as she leans forward a little, offering all of her attention. It feels good to tell her this. It feels even better to be heard. My whole life I looked down on love as if it were a weakness. I never understood my parents. They were so caught up in each other that I ended up taking on a lot of their responsibilities because of it. I hated it, and honestly, I hated how in love they were. My nose wrinkles at the memory, remembering when the idea of love was an irritant rather than a joy. I didn't tell you this before, but Hickory Gardens is an important place to me. My parents would bring me here, but I always felt like a third wheel to some honeymooning couple. So I'd run away and intentionally lose myself in the maze for hours, just because I didn't want to be around them. A confusing mix of memories comes back to me, but in the cool night air I feel safe. Sophia's hands are squeezing mine, and the memories take on a different color in her presence. Strangely, it was in that maze that I felt free. I didn't have to deal with anyone else. I was alone, and I liked it that way. But I want to rewrite that story. I don't want to be alone anymore. I want to be with you. At that, I feel her lean even closer, and I catch the hint of her warm breath on my cheek before her lips close against mine. It's the kind of kiss that's filled with meaning, that she loves me, that she accepts me, that she sees me, and soon that she wants me. She parts my lips with her warm tongue, and I find myself flooded with desire for her. It's as if my entire body wants to merge with hers. Every part of me wants to be in every part of her, and I already feel myself getting hard. I'm trying to stop myself from getting too carried away, but I find my hands wandering, and I know I have to have her now. It is our wedding night. The guests will understand if we slip away. I manage to pull myself away from our increasingly feverish kisses. I know this is our reception and everything, but do you want to... Yes. Looks like she read my mind.
Chapter 28. Sophia. I have to have you right now, Jerome says as we pull into the closest hotel to the chapel. We can go home, though, instead. There's no use paying for a room, I say. Hearing how bad he wants me drives me crazy. I can feel my core temperature rising as he grabs my thigh. I can't wait that long. His words send chills down my spine, and I lie back against the seat. My heart is pounding, and my core starts to pulsate. I want him, too. I'd take him right here in this car. Jerome speeds into the closest space to the entrance, and we run inside. He practically throws his card and ID at the lobbyist as she books our room. She hands us the room keys, and I barely hear her say, "Enjoy your stay," as her voice trails behind us down the hall. He's pulling me into the elevator and lunges at my lips as soon as the doors close. He bites my lips softly, and I feel his hands grab under my butt. He picks me up, and I wrap my legs around his waist. My back is against the wall, and he's kissing me like I'm his only source of oxygen. It's taking everything in me not to strip and let him take me right here in the elevator. My head rests against the wall as his kisses trail to my neck. I feel the tip of his tongue brushing against my skin as he moves. Suddenly, the elevator dings, and the doors fly open. My feet land back on the floor, and we nearly sprint out of the elevator. Our fingers entangle as we walk down the hall. "Ah, here it is," he says as he pulls the key out of his pocket. He slides the key into the door, and it clicks as it unlocks. The red light turns green and he throws open the door. I'm on his lips again as the door shuts behind us. I start walking back to the bed as he starts undressing. His jeans fall to the floor, exposing his blue boxers. He tugs at my dress, but I can't quite reach the back to undo it. I spin around and feel his fingers immediately on the buttons. He slides my— I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylerwalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Hair to the side, exposing my neck. I feel his lips against my skin again. How about, since our plane doesn't leave until tomorrow evening, you go start the bathtub, and I'll run down and grab our things out of the car. When I get back, we can soak for a while and order room service and a movie. Does that sound good? He asks, pulling up his pants. That sounds perfect. He kisses me on the forehead and walks out of the room. I walk naked into the bathroom and start the tub. It's a gorgeous one with a waterfall faucet and jets. I get the water hot and add some of the vanilla bubble bath they supply. While it's filling, I grab 2 fluffy robes out of the closet and set them on the floor beside the tub. I sit on the edge of the tub, waiting for him. Our marriage is already off to a fantastic start, and I can't wait to see what lies ahead. I think when the door clicks and Jerome appears holding our bags, he smiles at me as he sets them down and walks toward me. Good. You didn't start without me, he says, grabbing the back of my neck and pulling me into his passionate kiss. Our kisses immediately start to steam up as he undresses again. I pull away and climb into the tub. I'm trying my best to be sexy as I sink into the bubbles. He watches me fully submerge before joining me. God, you're so beautiful. I can't believe today actually happened. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylerwalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. It's insane to think we're married. He wraps his arms around me, and I lean against him. Wow, I say as we make eye contact. Did you like that? I loved it. Good, I'm glad. I'll get your robe, and we can order some dinner. I'm sure you're just as hungry as I am after that. He laughs and walks into the bathroom. I can't help but notice how sexy he looks from behind. Chapter 29. Sophia. Jerome and I wait for our flight to board, and we stand hand in hand in line with our tickets. The whole thing still feels unreal. We're married. I'm holding my husband's hand, and we're on our way to Bali for our honeymoon. Bali is the one place we both agreed on for our vacation. We both think it'll be the perfect place to spend our days basking in the sun and loving every minute spent together. The warm sun on our skin and the sand on our toes. Although I'm hoping I end up with sand in a few other places. I giggle to myself as the line starts to move forward. It's finally our turn, and we give the tall brunette our boarding passes. She thanks us and moves us along. Right as we're about to board, Jerome stops me. He turns me to look into his eyes. There's a massive smile on his face, and I wonder what it's all about. "Are you ready for our first vacation as husband and wife?" he asks. I grin at his enthusiasm. Of course I am. I can't help but think about the night before in the hotel. He must not qualify our magical night in a hotel as a vacation. We get on the plane and find our seats in first class. I've never been on a plane, let alone in first class, but it is everything you see in movies and more. There is so much more room, and the cushions on the seats are like pillows on my butt. Once we sit, Jerome grabs my hand again. My heart is nearly aching with happiness. He is the sweetest man I've ever met, and he's only gotten sweeter since the wedding. I'm honestly the luckiest girl in the world. I have to remember to thank Gordon, I exclaim. Where in the world did that come from? Jerome laughs. Well, I was thinking about how happy I am to be sitting with you, heading to our honeymoon. And it reminds me that we wouldn't be here without him. He leans over and gives me a huge side hug. That's very true, love. I'll be grateful to him for the rest of our lives. I feel heat sting my cheeks and lean in for a kiss. Suddenly, a voice appears on the speakers above us. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard Flight EK 232 with service from Washington, D.C. to Bali. We are currently second in line for takeoff and are expected to be in the air in 5 minutes. We ask that you please fasten your seatbelts at this time and secure all luggage underneath your seat or in the overhead compartments. We also ask that your seats and table trays be upright for takeoff. Please turn off all electronic devices. Smoking is prohibited for the duration of the flight. Thank you for choosing Emirates Airlines. Enjoy your flight. Did that make you nervous, babe? Jerome asks. No, never. Why do you ask? Because you're gripping my hand so hard it's tingling. He laughs. I jerk my hand away. Oh my God. I'm sorry. Don't be. You're adorable. Now close your eyes, and we'll be there in 24 short hours. He laughs again. I jump at the thud as the plane hits the ground. Jerome is still sitting next to me, smiling as I open my eyes. We're here, babe, he says. Awesome. I can't wait to stretch my legs. We exit the plane and go to collect our bags. Once they're in hand, a car pulls up to the curb to greet us. The driver's door opens, and a man walks around. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Fortington. Welcome to your honeymoon. I'll be your driver throughout your stay. My name is Wayan. Nice to meet you, I say as he gestures for us to get in the car. He closes the door once Jerome is beside me and walks back to get behind the wheel. I'll take you to your villa so you can get unpacked, and then you let me know what your plan is from there, Wayan says. Sounds great, Jerome responds. He's holding my hand and kisses my lips gently. He's being so sweet and kind. He leans into my ear to whisper. What should we plan for the rest of the evening? He asks, breathing on my neck. I get goosebumps and instantly feel warm. I think I can tell what you want to have planned for the rest of the night. I laugh and kiss him. After we kiss for a few minutes, we look out the windows to see the beautiful views. We can see the clear blue water the entire drive to our villa. Finally, Wayan stops and turns off the car. He lets us out and grabs our luggage. The villa is a cute house off a boardwalk over the ocean. It's absolutely gorgeous, I exclaim and grab Jerome excitedly. Gorgeous villa for the most gorgeous girl in Bali, he smiles. I hit him playfully as we follow Wayan up to the door. He sets our bags down inside and gives us a tour. There are holes in the floor where you can look down and see the ocean. Parts of the day, you'll see fish, Wayan says, pointing at one of the holes. As we walk around the villa, We make it to the bedroom. There's a huge tub in the middle of the floor, and the bed is perfectly made. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Well, I will leave you both to it. I'm just staying a few villas down, so the phone is on the wall. Dial 2, and I'll pick up. You can call me whenever you're ready to go do something, he says and leaves the room. Wait, did you pay him to be our driver all weekend? I ask. Of course I did. I wanted it to be perfect. You're so sweet. I love you, Jerome. That was amazing, I say, trying to catch my breath. Jerome pants beside me on the mattress. It definitely was. Do you feel like going for a swim? That sounds perfect. We both get up and grab our luggage, pulling out our swimsuits and getting them on. Jerome holds my hand, and we both run off the boardwalk, jumping into the fantastic water below. We both gasp as soon as our heads come out of the water. It feels so fresh and fabulous. I cling to him as we float. We notice there are huge orange fish swimming with us. Oh, they're beautiful, I say, and let go of Jerome. We're swimming around with them and laughing as they dart around us. We are insanely happy, and nothing can make it better. We spend the next few hours swimming and enjoying the water. When we finally are back inside the villa and drying off to get back in clothes, there's a knock at the door. It takes Jerome a second to get to it, and when he does, there is no one there, but there's a massive cart of food and fruit. He wheels it in, and he picks up the note on top. Hope you're enjoying your first evening. Here's some dinner for you. If you need me, remember, dial 2. Sincerely, Wayan. That's so sweet. It's beautiful, I say, grabbing some strawberries off the cart and climbing into bed. Jerome grabs some too and sits beside me. We spend the rest of the night basking in each other's love and the warmth of our villa. We wake peacefully to the sunshine coming through the windows of the villa. Jerome rolls over and wraps his arms around me, kissing me on the cheek. Good morning, my beautiful wife. What should we do today? He asks. Well, I thought we could hang out here today. Maybe have a repeat of last night a few times? I giggle. And then maybe we could go out to eat and get fancy drinks for dinner? Sounds perfect. I'll call Wayan and let him know we don't plan on needing him until this evening.
Chapter 30. Jerome. I can't believe it's already been 3 months since I married the woman of my dreams. Or rather, the woman I never even knew I was dreaming of. I had no idea I could be so happy. All of my life, all the success I've achieved means nothing in the face of the love I've found with Sophia. I'd give up everything if I had to, just to ensure I could be with her. In fact, I have given up some things, but it doesn't feel like a sacrifice. The move from New York to D.C. was one of the best decisions of my life. I can work from anywhere, but Sophia needs to be near her gallery, and I'm more than happy to accommodate. In the 3 months since our wedding, so much has changed, not least of all, her professional life. The gallery is thriving now that her debts have been paid. I helped her hire a new manager, someone I already knew and trusted. And between Sophia's vision and Angelica's managerial skills, Dreamweaver Gallery is finally receiving the recognition it deserves. Sophia's work is thriving, and it brings me so much joy to see her talent spilling over into everything she does. She still paints in the studio sometimes, but our new apartment is spacious enough to accommodate a home studio. I love to watch her paint in the home we share together. Her productivity has paid off, too. The exhibition she always deserved has finally come to fruition. I look adoringly across the crowded art gallery to where my wife is busying herself with last-minute preparations. She reminds me of myself in the early days of my career, so caught up in the details that she's almost missing the big picture. This is her first solo exhibition, and I see she's nervous, fussing with things which, as I eventually learned, don't matter at this point in the night. None of the 80 or so guests at her vernissage will notice if the sandwiches are arranged just so. I smile to myself, though. She's worked so hard for this. She should enjoy it. I make my way over to Sophia, and coming up behind her, slide a hand around her waist. She turns to me with surprise that quickly melts into her gorgeous smile, and I want nothing more than to carry her out the door and swiftly deposit her in bed. I manage to restrain myself, though. Instead, I offer a gentle reproval. "Darling, please stop. It's time to enjoy the party." Her busy hands stop messing with the hors d'oeuvre, and she lets out a self-conscious sigh. "I know, I'm just a little nervous. This is a big night. And it's going to be amazing. In fact, it already is." I gesture around the room at the guests, talking amongst themselves and gazing eagerly at the pieces already on display. Her work is phenomenal, and as far as I can see, I'm not the only one that thinks that. The expressions on the guests' faces are invariably of awe. Sophia has real talent, that's easy to see. She smiles at me gratefully and squeezes my hand. I take that as permission to abandon her sandwich project, and she allows me to lead her away from the table and into the crowd. Everyone is here. Family and friends mingle among art critics and collectors. We say hello to a few familiar faces, and I'm beaming as Sophia introduces me as her husband. I swear I'll never tire of hearing that. I get butterflies in my stomach every time she utters the word. Eventually, we spot Garrett and a few other friends and make our way into the circle. And here she is, the woman of the hour. Garrett always makes an effort to make Sophia feel welcome, and I flash him a grateful smile. This woman means the world to me, and he knows it. Sophia smiles with a hint of self-consciousness and leans in to give Garrett a kiss on the cheek. It doesn't take long, however, before they devolve into a playful conversation. The rest of the group chimes in occasionally, and I find myself grinning from ear to ear. My friends have been remarkably supportive of our marriage, treating her as though she's always been one of us. I guess they can see how happy I've become since Sophia came into my life. I take a second to really drink in the moment I find myself in right now. I don't think things could get any better than this. Watching Sophia talk, I'm filled with pride again. She's not only beautiful, she's witty, she's funny, she's intelligent, and she's damn talented. Something Garrett says catches my attention, and I jump into the conversation myself, soon embroiled in cracking the kinds of jokes that define this particular group of friends. We're rowdy, and I can't help but slip in a few references to my marriage. I'm so proud to be with Sophia that even my sense of humor can't escape it. As we laugh and joke amongst ourselves, I catch Sophia's eye. She gives me a mischievous smile, and a second later, she excuses herself from the conversation. Well, it's time. I'll be unveiling the main piece of the exhibition in a second, so you'd all better be paying attention. She winks at me, and the rest of the group showers her with congratulations and promises that all eyes will be on her tonight. Break a leg, I whisper in her ear as I give her a good luck kiss. As Sophia approaches the front of the room, the crowd settles into a respectful quiet. To be honest, I'm aching to see what the main piece is. Sophia has been so mysterious about it that even I haven't seen it. As she starts to talk, I can't take my eyes off her, nor do I want to miss a word of this speech. Thank you so much for being here, everyone. It's hard to put into words how much this exhibition means to me. My late father was not only a gallery owner but an artist himself, and he always encouraged me to follow my passion in art, even when it didn't manage to pay the bills. He always said, "You'll get there, just follow your vision." So here I am. She looks around the room, taking it in. I wouldn't be standing here without a few very special people. Firstly, the wonderful Fortington family. Without them, this gallery would have disappeared along with the debts that threatened to pull it under. I catch a glimpse of my parents who are gazing at Sophia with adoration. It makes me so happy to see how close they've become. Secondly, my dear friend, mentor, and chosen family, Gordon Orlando. He saw something in me at the lowest point in my life, and he found a way to bring me back from total despair. I will forever be indebted to you. Gordon puts a hand to his heart, and I see the faintest glisten of tears in his eyes. I too feel a swell of emotion when I think of all he's done for Sophia, and for me. And lastly, my dear husband, Jerome. Sophia looks right at me, and those blue eyes that first drew me to her seem to be the only pair of eyes in the room. You've brought me so much joy, and so much love, and I'm so lucky to have found you. I can't describe our marriage as anything less than fate. You've supported me and my work from literally the very first moment that I saw you. For that, I dedicate this piece to you, my love. I can feel my eyes begin to fill with tears. Never, in my wildest dreams, did I think I'd be so happy. But a moment later, she lets the cloth fall from the painting, and I'm struck afresh with a surging wave of emotion. The painting, which is almost as big as Sophia is a perfect rendering of me. I recognize my own sparkling green eyes and cobalt hair. The likeness is incredible, but that's not what strikes me. The overwhelming feeling in my chest is sparked by what lies in my arms. In the painting, I'm holding a baby. I look questioningly at Sophia, an expanse of anticipation filling my chest. She looks back at me, her eyes glistening now, tears threatening to overflow. But she's smiling broadly. She nods, an emotional laugh escaping her lips. "We're having a baby," she exclaims, and the tears spill over. I barely feel myself walking through the room as I make my way to her. It feels more like I'm floating until she's wrapped in my arms, and we're kissing each other through our tears. I kiss her over and over again. There's absolutely nothing I can do to tell her how happy I am, except hold her and kiss her and tell her I love her. The room around us is erupting in applause, but I hardly hear it. All I can think is, I'm going to be a father. She's going to be the mother of my child. My hand makes its way to her belly, and although there's nothing to feel yet, just the knowledge that there's life in there is an incredible sensation. I press my forehead to Sophia's and close my eyes, hand still caressing her belly. "You are the best thing that ever happened to me," I whisper. She wraps her fingers in mine, and we stand there together, the life we created growing inside her, and our love growing with it.
When Nyla Thomas agreed to a fake marriage, she wasn't expecting it to land her in jail.
Nyla Thomas, you are under arrest for the murders of Hilda and William Stone.
She wasn't expecting to find out the truth about her family.
You're adopted.
Marcus Swan is my father.
To get involved in crime.
The Sokolov family did this. They poisoned him.
And least of all, was she expecting to fall in love.
It's you, Nyla. It's always been you.
But now, everything is crumbling around her.
Interim CEO of Stone Hospital Group accused of murdering Hilda and William Stone to secure her position.
Alexander, you promised things would change.
They have. I'm in charge now.
No one knows who to believe.
Take the plea bargain.
I'm innocent. I thought you out of everyone would believe me.
Can you forgive her for killing our parents?
No one knows who to trust.
This is your fault. Did you ever think that Nyla would be just fine if she hadn't gotten involved with you?
I love her. I love her more than life itself.
Miss Thomas, the tests came back. There's a perfectly acceptable explanation for your condition.
And things are about to get a lot more complicated.